Scans.
That is the nearest scan on deposit. There's nothing inside to show. No, no, yeah.
Momentum, multiply. These on the sheet, there's can accept Titan. The only say Titan see alpha only see radius. No. That's wisdom. What does the paper say, Lee? You're fielding. And Dennis Smith. Ferdinand is the match.
No, B.S. Stephen Harris.
It's another ref.
Oh.
Ref. No, you maybe the same ref as a one. Because earlier.
I know, expensive laughing.
Is it first year overs for the day? Oh, it's there, 104. Yo, that's a lot of overs.
Can you see? So you might just give me information. Is the clock good?
58. 104.
58.
Yeah. Just make sure, yeah? This is right.
Friend, we are live. Thank you.
We have to keep on in the market.
Ja, lekker boring cricket.
They're going to yam saying fiala. I can't get out my dirty secrets. Eh? Yo, last night, yo.
Is this Elden Brand?
Mukwena.
Mukwena.
Bashir Walters. Bashir Walters is number one. I know. Yeah, this is the elected one panel. So the from the short back window facing.
Yeah.
That's
Front facing.
Tis Abdullah ni ani Enos Smith.
Dennis Smith.
Light.
Light on the inside.
Mukwena's facing and Alga on striker. Walters is the bowler.
Bowlers umpire.
Steenkamp. One run.
It doesn't sound like. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorted. Station of the starts. Shady?
Yes.
I was just called
The what?
slip code.
Oh, it's
So
too far for me. Hamza.
Simmons, Daniel Smith.
I say.
So I also saw them warming up here.
Okay.
Same formation. Wait. No.
Yeah, that is Kamanzi. Point Visca Manzi.
Oh. Then off. Bali. Hold on. Kenny. Kaplan. No, but that's not good. That was good.
Yes, this is Manzi's point. I know him.
Focus is taller than that. It isn't. It isn't. It doesn't look so. Doesn't look so from here.
There was one dot then
Dots. What do you call that shot there? And even the near it. Oh, for the face.
Capitalize 8 is the
8.
8 is. I'm asking you, are you working on 8 is the
8. You asked me everything.
Yeah, I'm asking you to confirm it with fire.
Oh.
Check on the thinking on the against the wall, please.
So then,
Just a single on the
First ball one, yes.
but you know, it's a bit better than working hard on the ground. So it's a bit. Can you see that? Yeah, it's a bit better. Just 8. Use this.
Sitting at land was over.
Is it one and comes here? I think maybe the score is 6. Welcome.
Mslali. Mpongwana.
Now, before the mic comes, you can shout, "Oh, gosh."
And after that, can't anymore.
That's a boring folding.
Really?
Purpose was.
You can be, I think the new ball, you can be good. Slower.
He needs to take charge now. This is his opportunity.
I don't know, Kenny. Do you know who's Kenny?
I don't know, Kenny. But we spell in?
This is not
Apparently,
What?
if you know, CR is Asian flights. No CR. CR is Asian and CR. And it's not bigger than Diego. So, but I don't see that.
Maar moet hulle nie die mense vat wat lank in die system is nie? Die hy goes nou hoe lank in die system nou hoekom hou hulle hom in die system if they're not using him here? If they
That is a brain preference.
Is he a quicker than?
That's in a sense quicker.
I've never seen him play, but they say it's quicker than. It's quick.
He only comes for lunch. For lunch, and then he loves it. And Frans will buy for the.
Is he lekker uit zeer? Maar met hem naar toe als hij weet dat maar zeer is.
You just come for food. It is a 3 bucket sharing. So the other guy is this.
Okay. So welcome from Six Gun Grill Newlands to the first day of this 4-day CSA provincial match, and you are watching Kieran Kenny in his first over for Western Province and bowling to Grant McQuena with the Titans on 39 without loss at the end of the 10th over. And I'm James King, and here with me today I have Tim Dowlace. Welcome, Tim.
Welcome everybody, welcome all the listeners and watchers. It's been a solid start from the Titans so far. No real alarms for them at the moment. Good to see that Dean Algar is back at the side. It's like a big boost for the Titans.
Yes, and so the change of overs now. We have Bashir Walters, who has already bowled 5 overs from the Weinberg end here at Six Gun Grill Newlands, and he's going to be in again to Dean Elgar, this time coming around the wicket to the left-hander, and that's a quick run taken by the Proteas captain, and they managed to scamper through for the single. Some good fielding there by who's that in the field there? We'll try and pick up who that is, and we'll give you the field placings shortly. But it has been there was a slow start initially from the team, from the Titans, with some pretty tight bowling earlier on by the Western Province team.
Indeed, it was very good bowling without getting any reward so far for the Western Province bowling attack, particularly Bashir Walters.
He's in again over the wicket this time, and McQuena letting that through, and going through to Carver Rayner, who's in the team for the Western Province today. We have 4 slips. We have a man at point, we have a man in at a shortish extra cover, a wideish mid-on, a man at conventional mid-wicket on the square, and a long leg, and nobody else out in the covers as he's in again.
Lovely drive there from Grant McQuena. Seems to be getting into the act here. Took him a while to get going today, but he looks like he's determined to score big.
Yeah, and we will have during the day. We will have some guest commentators and comments people coming in, and that's really going to be an exciting day ahead here for us at Six Gun Grill Newlands. Our first commentary on this Supersport YouTube channel, as one just defended by McQuena. He survived a very confident caught behind shout 2 overs ago against Bashir Walters. The entire Western Province team going up. I think even the chap sitting in the top of the top grandstand over there was appealing for that one, but given not out, and a very disappointed Western Province team at that time that was not given out. He's in again from the Weinberg end. Oh. Yeah, that one in the air, you wouldn't have seen that go past the gully and down to the boundary for yet another 4 runs to the Titans, and they move on to 44 without loss with that boundary, and this looking a bit ominous for Western Province as they won the toss this morning and put the Titans into bat.
Yes, certainly an interesting decision when you look at the score. Just on that delivery, Grant McQuena was playing quite well away from his pad. It was airborne for a time, so he must have been a little bit worried.
It's Walters in again, and this one pushed into the covers, and they take a very quick single, and that man there at again trying to find out who that is at the point field of it will catch up on the field for the next over. And Tim, you want to take us through the team news?
The team news is Western Province have got 3 debutants playing for them. They've got Grant Kaplan, Kieran Kenny, and Daniel Smith. Both Kaplan and Daniel Smith are in the Western Province Academy side. Daniel Smith is a well-known youngster, scored lots of runs at schoolboy and club cricket. Made 73 last week, so he's in form.
Excellent. Thanks Tim, for that, as we have Kieran Kenny, one of those debutants, in again from the Kelvin Grove end to Grant McQuena, and that is bunted out rather into the mid-wicket region, where one of those debutants, I think, is that Daniel Smith out there in the just trying to see who's in there at mid-wicket. We'll try and update you on the field and the positions as we go through here. We're also very happy to have with us Tsepo Mareki, who's going to be joining us shortly. That one is played through the covers, but with no real force, and they will go through for another single, and takes them very close to that 50 partnership for the opening wicket for the Titans. And field changes over for the left-handed Elgar, and to give you the field for Elgar, we have a man at fine leg, that's Walters, 2 slips, a gully, a man at a slightly backward point, a extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a mid-wicket, as it's Kenny in again over the wicket. Oh, that's a gimme, I'm afraid, and its full toss is sliced away through the covers by Elgar, and that takes the Titans to that 50-run mark and a 50 partnership for McQuena and Elgar.
Yeah, solid opening stand between these two. I was just going to say I quite like the look of Kieran Kenny, and then he dished up a wide full toss, which was asking to be punished. But yeah, Titans will be very happy with the start. No real alarms for them. They'll want to continue this until at least the lunch break.
Yes, it is looking like it could be a long day in the field for Western Province, and the wicket doing a little bit early on. A bit of rain yesterday here in the Cape, which has been maybe just added a little bit of spice to the wicket. Nice unseasonal rain for us here in the Cape, and certainly the outfield here at Newlands looking an absolute picture.
Indeed it is. Perhaps that rain is one of the reasons the province decided to bowl.
Could well have been, Tim, but it might well backfire on them, as that one from Kenny just played down to mid-on by Elgar. So for the left-hander, that field again, very conventional early field, and 2 slips to gully, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man at a long leg position. Kenny, again, that's a better delivery from him that time into the pads, angling a little bit away from Elgar, and he just defends into the leg side. Picked up there in the mid-wicket position by, is that Valley? No, just trying to see who's in there, and we are going to have a change of bowling at the Weinberg end, as I think it looks like we might have a change of bowling, and Tim's just going to take us through the Titans team for this match, looking very strong. Very strong team.
Titans team, the scorecard is showing us the bowling change with Mukajima coming on. But we do know that Dean Argo, as I said earlier, is one of the returnees. So the Titans team is Mokoena, Elgar, Brunt, Kluti, Makanya, Herman, Pele, Bosch, Kamani, Harmer, and Junior Dala. So it's a very, very strong Titans side compared to the Province side, who've lost a few players to the SAA squad.
That's right, and a couple of players out through injury, including Tepo Moreki, who will be joining us very shortly at the top of the hour here at Six Gun Grill Newlands, as Aviwa Ngajima comes in to bowl with his right arm wrist spin. And that first one is just defended by Mokoena. We have quite an attacking field here. We'll go through that for you shortly. As he's in again from the Weinberg end. That one just nicely flighted outside the off stump and just played defensively back to the bowler. So we have a slip, a sort of it's just a forward short leg. Mid-wicket, short mid-wicket, a deeper mid-wicket, so 3/4 of the way to the boundary, as that one just turned around the corner to the man at a long leg position, and Mokoena wants to come back for 2, and he makes it easily. Some good running there by the Titans opening batter. That's good running in this level of cricket.
Yeah, it's been good batting from the Titans. A positive approach, not letting the new bowler settle at all. Making sure that they are staying on top of the situation, top of the game.
Oh, indeed, and the field then, just to finish it off, that long leg, we'll wait for Aviwa Mkajima to come in again. That one really tossed up, and trying to get a little bit of dip maybe there, Tim.
They're trying to tease Mokoena. They're trying to say to Mokoena, we've got your mid-on and mid-off up, try to hit me over the top.
Yeah, there.
That's what he's trying to do. Get him into a false, play a false shot.
Yes, and he very cautiously playing that one into that short mid-wicket region, where we have Kaplan, one of the newcomers in the Western Province team. Oh. Just padding up outside the off stump, and that's the end of the over. And reasonably successful one from a Western Province point of view in terms of the runs scored. Only the 2 runs off that over from Aviwa Mkajima, and he returned to his position at slip next to Kyle Verena. And yeah, it has been a very impressive start so far from the Titans, batting on what looks like a really good pitch. Took a little bit of seam early on. Bashir Walters was looking quite dangerous from the Weinberg end. At one very good shout, as it's Kieran Kenny again going for his 3rd over. Elgar just that one goes straight back past the bowler and picked up by the mid-off running around.
A little bit of a pet peeve of mine. That's only 13 overs in the opening hour.
Yeah.
So slow going from a Province point of view in terms of overs bowled at the first hour. And we've only had 1 over of spin.
Nicely played into the covers by Elgar, who did look a little bit scratchy early on. Tim, as you say, returning to first-class cricket after a while. and back in the Titans team, get some batting time for Dean Elgar ahead of the India series, which is coming up at the end of the year. It's going to be very important from a South African context for him to do that. Oh, that's...
It's important for him to get runs, get some form back in time for that very important summer. Not just the Indian series, but it's a very important summer for South African cricket to hit the ground running after the slightly disappointing T20 World Cup.
So I'm going to leave you in the very capable hands of Tim, and we've got Tebo Mareki coming in for the next little while to chat to Tim and you and yourselves, and bye from me for now.
King Kenny comes in, and this one's blocked on the offside by Dean Elgar, so you haven't missed anything.
Morning, Tim.
Good morning, Chapo. Good morning. So let's get down to it. Why are you not playing today? What's the?
Yeah, so I've had a shoulder procedure, shoulder surgery, about 3 weeks ago, and I'm in recovery at the moment. Had the stitches out on Monday, so yeah, rehab starting today actually at some point, and yeah, looking forward to trying to make my way back in to the team. Yeah.
Yes, and Prophet's bowling attack certainly do miss your skills by the looks of things.
Yeah, look, it's we've had a lot of bad luck in the last few weeks with injuries, especially to fast bowlers, and with a couple of guys going up to the national team.
King Kenny coming in for the last ball of the over. This one is driven on the leg side by Dean Elgar. There's no run, so that's 52 after 14 overs. So yeah, how long was the layoff? Did you say 3 weeks? Did you say?
So it's been 3 weeks now since the surgery, and we're sort of looking to target optimistically. I would say probably the game before Christmas, the 4-day game against the Lions. So hopefully by that stage I'll have recovered sufficiently to get back onto the park and try to contribute in any way I can here. So obviously it's a lot of youngsters who are getting exposed to a lot of 4-day cricket at the moment, and they're going to have to grow up pretty quickly in the next few weeks, with us losing more players again next week to Protea selection as well. It's going to provide some opportunities to some really young players.
Indeed. At the start of the new over, Kachima bowls from the Weinberg end. This one bounces a little bit, and Corona blocks it on the leg side. There's no run.
Yeah, Avi's is a much better bowler than people give him credit for. He's probably a little bit better than a part-time offie, and has really, really good control. So Bahams will be looking to bring the rate down with Avi's overs here and trying to create a little bit of pressure and try to sort of arrest the advantage again in terms of that run rate back from a pretty positive start from the Titans.
Indeed. Just on that, Mikijima, he started out as a medium pacer, so this move to spin is fairly new, isn't it? The move to spin, becoming a spin bowler.
Yeah, I think it's got a lot to do with it's got a bit to do with a lot of things with him. It's probably a little bit of age, and also a couple of shoulder injuries as well. He comes in from the Weinberg end.
This one again, a little bit more leg side, and Corona is able to take a fairly leisurely single. So that's 53 now for the Titans at the halfway mark of this 15th over.
Yeah, so I think here at the Dean, he'll probably be looking to be quite straight at the stumps, try to bring in all 3 dismissals, sort of bold RBW caught behind. Like I said, he's got really good control, although not a big spinner of the ball. He'll try and operate within the width of those stumps and try to create pressure that way.
Yeah, if we can get one to straighten, that would be good. This one from Kachima It's nicely driven on the offside, wide of the mid-off by Dean Arga, and comes through for another single. You know quite a few of the Titans boys. Are you still in contact with the guys that you used to play with?
Quite a few of them are actually personal friends, and I spend a lot of time with them away from cricket. The likes of Corbin Bosch, Junior Dalla, Chris Morris, who's here but isn't playing in this game. I know Dean as well quite well. Yeah, so just having had those 2 seasons I played in Pretoria with a lot of these guys, you know, we made a few friendships, you know, played in a few games, won a few trophies together, so that was a great experience. And, you know, you sort of maintain those relationships. Yeah.
Awesome. We haven't missed any cricket there, don't worry. I'll keep you up to date. We had just another dot ball there from Mikachiba. So it's 54 without loss after the 15th over, and the guys are having a drinks break, which gives us time to chat a bit more. I guess. Oh.
Is it a move?
We will come back to you after the drinks break.
That's perfect.
Okay, and the players are slowly coming back to field after their rather refreshing drinks break. It's quite warm here down at the Cape today. Talking about that, how are you finding life in Cape Town?
It's been great. You know, I've sort of lived here probably since I was 20 now. So for the last 7 or 8 years, I've lived in Cape Town. It's been fantastic. It's being from Durban originally. It's really become home. And yeah, it's a fantastic place to live and to play cricket, especially.
Start the new over. King Kenny comes in, bustling in. Seems to have quite a strong action in towards Dean Arga, and Dean Arga gets in behind it and blocks it. There's no run.
Looks to be a pretty slow wicket as well here on day one.
Hey?
Looks to be quite slow, the wicket itself.
Yes.
And it's generally on this side of the strips gets quite good to bat on, to be fair.
Do you have a preferred end when you're bowling?
Generally, the end we're sitting at right now, the Weinberg.
Weinberg.
Yeah, definitely prefer this end. Normally a bit more bounce when it comes, when you're coming down from this end, and as the strips get closer towards the Oaks, they also get quicker in pace as well. So I think that's probably why the test wickets and a lot of the one-day wickets are closer to the Oaks side rather than the railway side. So this strip in particular is quite a slow one. It gets a little quicker as the game goes on.
Kenny comes in, bowls outside the off stump, and Dean just lets it go through to the keeper. No run.
Yeah, and then it generally on the last day, sort of last 2 or 3 sessions of the game, takes a bit of turn as well. So with Province playing the 3 spinners, I think that's probably the hope. That does take a bit of turn if the weather stays nice and warm and gets a little bit drier, and we can try and attack with spin as the game comes
This
to an end.
one is driven nicely by Dean Algar. There is a slight misfield being by the cover fieldsman and
It's Daniel Smith.
Daniel Smith, and Dean Algar once again is able to go through for a single. So he drove that rather hard, Dean. He looks determined to make up for missing the first couple of weeks of the 4-day series.
Yeah, some of the ground fielding so far today hasn't been ideal. A couple of misfields, a couple of bobbled balls. Something where some problems will look to clean up as the day goes on, for sure.
Kenny comes in, and this one, Grant McWinner, almost feels like he's going to play, but the last minute decides to leave it through to Kyle Verona. Yes, this is a good chance for the academy guys to make a name for themselves, because they're going to get a couple of games now with
For sure.
guys missing out. I know a couple of them done very well at club cricket. This is a different kettle of fish.
No, for sure. I think for a lot of these young guys, who are in the Colts and or academy team, coached by I think Roger Telemarcus, this will be a great opportunity. And I think with the combination of guys being elevated up to Proteas and SAA, a couple of injuries to some key players, there's going to be a lot of opportunities in the coming weeks for a lot of these young guys to put their hands up, going into the back end of the season and even into next year, for possible contract selections. And it's a wonderful opportunity for these guys. And I think the 19th of December we have a game against the Lions, in which I think we'll be at full strength. Everyone will be available for the most part, bar a couple of injured players. And if a couple of these guys do well, they could find themselves in the team moving forward.
Yes, indeed. Nakajima comes in the new over, bowls out of the off stump. Dean Algar comes forward, blocks it. No run. Nakajima comes in again for Weinberg end. This one a little bit shorter. Dean tries to play it on the offside, and stopped by the close fieldsman. No run. This one is a little bit too leg side from Mikajima. A very easy pickings for Dean Algar. He goes through for a fairly quickish single. Score now 56 without loss after 16.3 overs.
Yeah.
What was he going to add?
Kajima doing a pretty good job here for the captain, just drying up the runs from an end, trying to create a bit of pressure, trying to bring that rate down, especially to try and sort of see if he can create a false shot.
Indeed, that's the idea. This one again, I'm making Jim a little bit too leg side, but this one to McQuenna. McQuenna hits it behind square and is able to go through for another single, 57 without loss. Talking about your possible return for the Lions game, that has potential to be a very, very good game. Because if you're looking early stages, that Lions bowling attack is very, very good, shall we say.
Yeah, they're an exceptional bowling attack. I think littered with proteas everywhere you look, and that's always an exciting prospect, I think, for any attack matching up against theirs. A lot of proteas obviously in that group of bowlers, and you want to measure yourself as a group, as an attack against a group like that. It'll be, I think, a pretty well. There'll be a lot of SA and a lot of protea players, I think, involved in that game, and it'll be pretty well contested, I think. And yeah, I think we'll be strong as well. A lot of good batting. The likes of Wayne Parnell, Bjorn Hendricks probably back as well for us, and hopefully myself at that point. And yeah, that'll be an exciting game to be a part of.
And there's always been rivalry between the two.
Always.
Go back long time. There's always been a huge rivalry, which will add the extra spice to the game.
For sure.
King Kenny coming in again from the Carlton Grove end. This one's driven to the cover fieldsman by Dean Argo. No run.
I think Kieran's been. I've not seen a lot of him bowl, if I'm going to be honest. But he's looked to hit a very good length, sort of top of the stickers on the line of off stump, fourth stump, and I think that's where you operate from here. I think as a seamer for the most part, and you just try to create pressure in that area, and hope for the batter to try and force the issue through the offside and get those slips involved.
Yeah, I agree. Apart from that full toss before the drinks, he's carried himself very well, I think.
Yeah.
He's kept it tight. He's got nothing for 7 in 4 overs, just over 4 overs. It's very good bowling.
Good start, Jeff.
Like you, I haven't seen an awful lot of him. He comes in again to Dean Argo. This one is left outside the off stump. Good leave there from Denny.
He looks a pretty young athletic bowler as well, so one would hope that he can get through a lot of work as well. And that's, I think, the name of the game now for Western Province, not having had a breakthrough sort of in the first hour of play. It's now, batten down the hatches, look to create pressure outside that off stump, and so just being able to repeat the dose over and over again, over after over.
Yes, patience is the game. This one is a little bit too wide there from King Kenny, and it's driven beautifully by Dean Arga to the point boundary for 4. So that's Tigers move on to 62, and Dean Arga moves on to 30 of 53 balls.
I feel like that's a commentator's curse. You sing a guy's praises and then he offers up something a little bit short and wide outside of stump. Good stroke though, still had to be put away by Dean Arga. But again, it shows the slowness of the wicket. Ball sort of sits up, and you can sort of wait on it and hit on the top of the bounce, and it screams away to the cover boundary.
Indeed, yes.
Change of angle, I think.
I was going to say, it looks like it's going to come round the wicket to Naga. Interesting decision. Hopefully. And he comes in round the wicket. The swat nice and full, well bowled, and stopped by the bowler. Run.
I'm surprised not a lot of the other seamers. I think Bashir Walters did towards the back end of his first spell. Not a lot of seamers have come around the wicket to Dean. Because generally in the past when we've sort of had discussions, that's been an option. Turn up front, sort of hang the ball out there around that 5th stump and ask him to come to you. So it's let's see how this goes.
Comes in again, this one a little bit to the leg side. Easy pickings once more by Dean Algar, and he scampers through for 2 runs. That was what I was worried about there. When you go around the wicket, he overcompensated a little bit, but down to the leg side. So that is now 62 without loss. Titans after 18 overs. 64 without loss after 18 overs.
Yeah, I think just with that plan, if you're going to come around the wicket to Dean Algar, you've got to be disciplined enough to hold that line outside of stump and sort of ask him to come into your channel, try to defend. I think I've seen Rory Kleinfeldt do that to him on a number of occasions over the years, just hanging that ball outside of stump and asking him to come to you. And that's generally where we've been successful. So Kieran will want to stay away from those pads as well, because it's a pretty big scoring area for Dean Algar, and he'll put you away all day.
Indeed. He's often out in that sort of wide gully position, Dean, but he also scores a lot of runs in that area. So
exactly.
It's the catch-22 situation.
Definitely, yeah.
Change of bowling for Western Province. Popon Kwani back on. He comes into McQuina. There is a loud appeal by the bowler and the slips. The umpire says not out. Very difficult to tell from our angle.
I think what Michali will be trying to do here now from the Weinberg end is trying to be quite straight, trying to attack that off stump and making sure that if he does get hit, he's being hit up the ground. That way you can bring all forms of dismissal into play. You can challenge both edges. You can be in and around that front pad and in and around that outside edge, and that's where you want to operate from now. I think the wider line, with the ball getting slightly older, is probably a bit wide now, and you want the guy to be playing you up the ground as much as possible. Again, try to bring those slips into play, and or the umpire, like that last appeal. And you'll really have to get his length right here, because he's a tall boy, and oftentimes it is going over the stumps at about 6'3" or 6'4". So he's going to have to push the ball right up to get that LBW decision going his way.
Comes in again to Okwena. This one a bit fuller outside the off stump, driven beautifully by McQuena. No chance for the fielder to stop that one, and it goes through for 4 runs.
Yeah, that's wide high volley in any format of cricket. That's going to travel.
Yeah.
And it got what it deserved, to be fair.
So McQuena now moves on to 36 of 55 balls, and Dean Algar is on 32 of 55. Titans are 68 without loss. I was very impressed with this chap last week. I thought he bowled exceptionally well. He seems to be a real talent for Western Province.
Definitely, he's an extremely talented young man. Bats as well.
I was just going to say, he looks like a bit of an all-rounder.
For sure, I think he's affectionately known by a few of his teammates as Jason Holder. Tall guy, very similar build, quite a thin chap, but gives the ball a good tap, and extremely consistent and bowls a really good length, and is quite a disciplined bowler, a very metronomic action, and just a good professional, good young professional who does his work, doesn't complain, and he's does the job.
Comes in again to McQuena, this one a bit fuller, straightening in on the stumps. McQuena hits it on the leg side to a wide mid-on, and there is no run.
I think just judging by a couple of changes in the field, probably looking to, like I said at the beginning of the over, attack those stumps now. That mid-wicket's moved a touch straighter, so is mid-on. They've dispensed with one of the slips, put him into cover, straightish extra cover, so look for him to be operating pretty full length and pretty adjacent to the stumps.
This one a little bit to the leg side by Guani, and Mokoena goes through, scatters through for a single, and he moves on to 37, and the target is 69. Province will be hoping, as you say, that they can eke out just one wicket in the next half an hour before lunch. It's bowling that has been economical, but it hasn't been given any rewards as of yet.
Yeah.
Hope to change that.
Definitely.
Comes in again to Dean Aragar. Dean Aragar solidly behind it, and no run.
I am surprised that Carl Simmons hasn't been given a bowl yet, and as I say that, he's about to bowl. Simmons is he actually quite enjoys, weirdly for a left arm spinner who enjoys playing red ball, he likes to bowl with a newish ball, a nice hard ball. So I think he'll be quite excited here, especially to a guy like Grant Mokoena, who might take a few more chances now that he's in on 37 or 58 balls. I know Grant does like a sweep, and so that brings a potential LBW into play here. So I think it'll be a good contest between bat and ball here. Grant never dies wandering, irrespective of the format he's playing. So he'll look to dominate. He'll look to take it to Carl Simmons, and Simmo will be looking to do a job here for the captain Hamza, try and sort of dry up the runs and create pressure through dot balls, maidens. And he's operating with, a pretty standard field for the left arm spinner. The slip, forward short leg, catch and cover, slightly deeper cover point, just behind square on the offside, and straightish mid wicket on the leg side. Look for him to attack the stumps here as well. Not a lot of turn on offer yet, one would think. So look for him to be looking for that LBW shout.
And he comes to Mokoena, nicely drifted ball, the thickest outside edge by Mokoena, wide of a slip, and it goes through for a single, but not very convincing from his point of view. A moral victory there for Carl Simmons.
And surprisingly, a bit of spin from that first delivery, slightly wide of the stumps, but slower than Simmons' usual pace that he operates from. Interested to see what line he wants to operate from to Dean Elgate.
He's just checking his field, and it comes into Dean Aragar. This one is a good ball on the stumps, and again sort of an inside edge there by Dean Aragar, wide of the short legs fieldsman. Was in the air a little bit, but he's able to go through for a single, and the Titans move on to 70 without loss.
A little bit of a surprise in that the first two balls have spun a little bit as well. So look for him to get the captain Hamza into play at slip.
This one a bit faster, a bit flatter outside the off stump, and Mokoena didn't know much about that one. He didn't quite pick it. Goes through to the keeper. And he comes again. This one a little bit to the leg side, a little bit too full this time. Mokoena is able to go through. It was a decent piece of fielding on the boundary there, but not quite successful. So what looked like a 2 has ended up to be 4 runs for Grant Mokoena.
Yeah, and I think it's been that sort of morning for us, Tim. It's been, a couple of good deliveries and a boundary ball, so you can't really create pressure over a sustained period when that's the way you're operating.
Indeed, and he comes again to Mokoena. This one too short, McQuena smacks it to the cover fieldsman. Didn't really time it at all, and there's no run. I'd spore this one a bit better, bit more flight, a bit more in on the stumps, and McQuena comes forward and blocks it on the offside. No run. So, the end of that over, the Titans are 75 without loss.
Okay, so thanks to Tim and to Tepo for taking us through the last little while, and back now here with David Brook as it's Mhlali Mpungwana from the Weinberg end. And yes, we have the double change in the commentary box. Great to have David Brook here with us. David, who's on the executive here at Western Province Cricket. Morning, David. Great day at Newlands.
Yeah, morning, James. Thanks very much. It's fantastic here to be here. It started out a little bit cloudy this morning, but now it's brightened up. Six Gun Grill Newlands in all its glory. There's worse places to be on a Thursday morning.
Absolutely.
Coffee in hand, and we're good to go here.
It has been a tough morning so far for Six Gun Grill Western Province, who have started off well this morning with CSA Mhlali Mpungwana, who's bowling now, looking quite dangerous early on. A couple that he really bothered Dean Elgar with earlier on. A couple of ones through the slip cordon and one or two over the top of off stump. But since then, that early bit of movement and bounce has faded away, and the Titans well on top of the Western Province attack, unfortunately for the hosts at the moment. Mpungwana again from the Weinberg end to Dean Elgar. And that one's tucked into mid-wicket, where one of the debutants, Daniel Smith, does the fielding. And three debutants in the team today for Western Province.
Yes, Daniel Smith, Gavin Kaplan, and Kieran Kenny, three youngsters in our Western Province Academy. They've been training. I think Coach Salak Nakadin was very aware of the upcoming weeks and involving the academy guys from the start. They need to understand from a conditioning point of view what goes into being a professional cricketer, and they need to realise as well that the pipeline it's closer than you think, and that opportunities are going to come around a lot earlier than in previous years, which tests your system. But also gives guys an opportunity to become professional in their mindset, in their off-field activities, and their preparation.
Yeah, it's really great to see the youngsters coming through, and a lot of really strong youth cricket happening here in the Western Province. A real pipeline of people coming through the pipeline here. Another youngster that has been mentioned recently also in the development squad, as we see a pretty poor shot there from Dean Elgar, one of his worst of the morning there, that just went through to the wicket keeper. But it's Ethan Cunningham, who's in the also in the SA Under-19 World Cup squad, going off to the West Indies. Three Western Province players selected for that squad, which is really outstanding. And it's really great to see the youngsters coming through. This will be a baptism of fire for them over the next few days.
I think we had a
oh my word!
It's a top edge from Dean Elgar.
Gets lucky on that occasion, having tried the similar shot and got away with it off the previous in one of the previous balls. This one over the top of Carvarena down to the boundary and takes the Titans at the end of that Mhlali Mpungwana over to 81 without loss. Yeah, sorry.
I just wanted to mention, Mekhlali and Pungwana last week when Western Province played against the Rocks out in Paarl. The Paarl wicket is a very difficult wicket for seamers. Traditionally, the seamers struggle there. It's normally a bit spin friendly there. But the way Mekhlali and Pungwana bowls is that he's on target. He bowls at a good line and length, and he sticks to that. He can bowl for days. And he gave his captain that, and he took his maiden 5-wicket haul. And you look at a couple of weeks later, and Mekhlali is one of the more experienced players now in the squad at 20 years old.
Wow!
So that's what at Western Province we've never shied away from giving youngsters opportunities. That's something that runs through the blood of Western Province and runs through everything. Our club system is the strongest in the country. The most clubs, the quality of cricketers that come through, and there's a clear direction now for the club players. Our coach Salak Nakadin has also invited have invited clubs to bring bowlers along for trials. So there's opportunities for guys that are playing club cricket, that there's extra motivation now. It's not just about playing for your club, potential opportunities down the line. In the next couple of weeks, the Proteas guys leave next week when we play the Warriors. The SAA guys are away at the moment. The Proteas are going to be away. So there's a lot of opportunities for the guys. And our Colts players are out at Boland this weekend. They're playing a 3-day game and a 1-day game. And because some of the Colts players, it's a lovely sweep shot from Dean Elgar.
Yeah,
it's Yves Kamanzi there.
Yeah, so Yves here on the at about 75 percent of the way to the boundary on that deep long leg area to the left arm spinner Carl Simmons, and it's once again Mokoena on strike approaching his 50, and these two have been batting just shy of 4 runs and over. That's a good ball from Simmons. Field placing to the left arm over bowler. Left arm round is bowling to the right hander, and let's give you that once this ball is over, getting through his overs quickly, which is what Western Province do need to do. And at the end of that over, the Titans are on 83 without loss. And David, you were saying just there's a huge amount of opportunity now coming through for the younger players. A lot of 4-day cricket still to be played before the end of the year, and there will be with the SAA team away, the Proteas gearing up for their series against India as well, which is starting in December. It is going to give a lot of opportunity.
Absolutely, and that's one thing that Western Province have never shied away from. And we pride ourselves on our pipeline. We pride ourselves on our club system and our development system. And the guys that are away this week, they know that if they do well in the Colts, they could see themselves making their first-class debuts in next week. We go to Quebec to play the Warriors, so that's going to be a big game for us. But there's some experienced guys around. Youngsters like Zubair Hamza and Carl Verreynne at the moment are the more senior guys now in the team. And we forget sometimes how young these guys are from an age point of view. But it seems like they've been around for a good few years already. Carl made his debut in the 2016-2017 season. So and Zubair, I think, around that time as well. So these guys have been around. They've been around the senior players at the start of their career. They've seen what it takes to become a senior player. And that experience will only stand South African cricket in good stead, I think.
Absolutely. It's good to see, you say, Mekhlali Pungwana here hitting his lengths, and that's a very good delivery to Mokoena, and playing just inside it. And I remember Carl Verreynne and George Linder, can't be much more than two and a half or 2 years ago, being tipped by then coach Ashwell Prince to be part of the Proteas setup, and certainly that did come to fruition at the end of 2019 ahead of the that enforced break that was
Absolutely.
there for the COVID epidemic. It's just great pandemic. It's great to see the guys back playing a lot more cricket again. That one picked up beautifully by Mokoena, and that has just a couple of bounces into the long leg boundary for 4 runs, and he moves even further into the 40s, very close now to his half century, and it's close to 100 partnership as well for this pair as they take the run rate to just shy of 4 runs and over. So good morning for the Titans.
Yeah, it has been a good morning. Couple of edges early doors, but I think that's pretty standard in 4-day cricket if you get the ball to nip around early doors. But yeah, Michlali, I think when he dropped it in short there, he got punished. Michlali's strength is line and length, and that's what got him results in Paarl a couple of weeks ago. I think it's a different story for him this week, where he was opening the bowling, taking the new ball. Wayne Parnell was taking the new ball with Buren Hendricks out in Paarl.
Yeah.
And that's, again, it's a learning curve for Michlali as well. So for Michlali to take on that responsibility, it's an acknowledgement of where you need to be, where you are. And I think he's a very level-headed young man. He's a very calm young man. He's in the mold of Jason Holder. His nickname is actually amongst the players is Jason Holder, and he can whack the ball with the bat as well. So he actually took his maiden fifer on Jason Holder's birthday, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, that's absolutely fantastic that they are giving him the support, and that's a very good 2 there that run by Grant Mokoena as he heads closer to his 50 now, just 1 away from a well-deserved 50. He's been looking very solid, and from the first ball this morning, which he pushed into the covers for a single, he's been looking to push the run rate along and taking those 1s and 2s that they can most certainly when they can run those. So it's been a good display from him, and yes, up against what is an inexperienced attack from a Western Province point of view, but huge opportunity for youngsters like Mbongwane, who is looking very solid on that line and length, David, as you said. Nice outside the off stump. And has he come through the Western Province system?
Yeah, he's come through all the age groups at Western Province, and he's really, he's been tipped for good things. He's been back from a very young age. If I'm not mistaken, he's part of the UWC setup there.
Okay.
So he's been given the resources, but he's been given the support, and he's delivering. And that's the key. I think he knows what's expected of him. He gets all the support that is needed, like we do with any of our Western Province youngsters coming through. And he's showing that. He played with the professional team even before he was officially contracted. He was contracted when it was still semi-pro, and he got his Cobras debut when it was still the Cobras, and he played a couple of the white ball games. But now he's a regular in the red ball cricket, which I think will improve his overall game, which ultimately will have an effect on his white ball cricket. I think you get a lot of time to work on your game in 4-day cricket. So yeah, but I think I was watching Bashir Walters warm up there. I think there's going to be a lot of responsibility on his back this week. The guy's played many a first class game. He's been around the block. He's one of the most experienced guys in the history of South African first class cricket. So he's not shy to take on that responsibility.
And as you were saying earlier on, always great to have the experienced players in the team, senior players, players like Bashir, as you said, who've been around for a long time, the young Protea guns like Kai Verena and Zubair Hamza, who are in the development of the stage of their national careers. And really from a Western Province point of view, great to have them here on the field with this team, and mostly the youngsters. Simmons in again, and Mokoena looking for his 50, playing that just straight back to the bowler. Carl Simmons came down to the Western Province from the north.
Yeah, he's from Durban originally.
Okay.
And then he studied at Marty's, and he actually he played for Boland when it was still part of the franchise system. Grant McQueen looking for that single to get him to his 50.
Yes, indeed, but I think it's that Yves Kamani in the covers.
Aviwe.
Aviwe, yeah. Aviwe's done Aviwe Ngwajima in the covers, the shortish extra cover, and has done some very good work there over the last 2 overs. One very forceful drive which he stopped to prevent Grant McQueen getting through for that single, and once again this one is actually through to a conventional cover field where that's Yassine Valley, is it, out there in the covers?
Yeah.
Who's picked that one up, and they cannot get through for that run for Grant McQueen to get to his 50, so it remains a 91 without loss at the end of 24 overs, as we are about 25 minutes away from lunch here at Six Gun Grill Newlands.
I think what Captain Zubair Hamza is looking to do is rotate his fast bowlers from the Weinberg end with Bashir and Mikhlali interchanging, and then Kyle Simmons and possibly we'll see Yves Kamanzi after lunch. I don't think we'll see him before lunch, but Kyle Simmons from the Kelvin Grove end until lunchtime, and rotating his fast bowlers from this end.
Yeah.
Bash has got 87 first-class games under his name. He seems like he's been around for absolutely years. He's an utter true professional. He's a fit guy,
Yeah.
and he's a good team man as well. And he's going to be in for a couple of overs this match. He's the experienced bowler in this lineup, and he's got to lead the attack.
Absolutely, and that is the thing. You look to your experienced players to just keep coming in over after over, and when the captain wants you to put your hand up and step up to do it, that's what you do. And Bashir Walters coming on for what is now his second spell, and his first spell also from the Weinberg end, and he's bowled 2 very nice deliveries there to Proteas captain Dean Elgar. Now umpire just having a look there at where he's following through onto the pitch. Hopefully nothing too untoward happening with that, and it's walking back to his mark at the moment, and next to his
Just
fast
making
bowling colleague, yeah.
Just making the bowler a little hint to say, just watch where you're running on the pitch. The captain will also be saying to him, please watch where you're running.
Exactly.
We need you to be bowling quite a number of overs.
And he's going to have a word with him now, and he does so. Whether that is an official warning, I don't think so, but he is umpire at this end. I'm trying to remember who that is. We'll have to get the umpires for you. Just having a chat with him. Certainly Bashir Walters is following through down the pitch more, rather than peeling off to the side as he's bowling around the wicket. Keeping with this line to Dean Elgar. That's a very good delivery once again. 3 good balls this over so far from Bashir Walters, and Daniel Smith in the sort of forward square leg position has fielded that very nicely. He's been patrolling in that area and also been under the helmet at forward short leg. That's a normal position for a debutant, David?
Yeah, absolutely. But our regular Tony DeZorzi is normally under the helmet. There's certain guys that just love being under the helmet, whether they I think it's normally the guys that are chirping the most, and Tony's not shy of that. But it's normally the role of the youngsters coming in under the helmet. I mean, Daniel Smith is a wicketkeeper as well,
right.
So he's used to kind of being close to the action. So he's not going to shy away from that position, and obviously his reflexes will be spot on in terms of that as well. And that's Kyle Verena goes away next week. David Beddingham is the backup wicketkeeper officially from our side. Injury has ruled him out of this game, but he will be available for the next game. But we could see a Daniel Smith taking the gloves in the next
Very
this
good.
coming season. He's a former SA under-19 captain, and that's what we want to see. We want to see the SA under-19 guys getting opportunities instead of making their professional debuts when they're 24, 25,
Absolutely.
because there's a lack of opportunities in the setup. So we'll see. I haven't seen the other teams around the country, but we will see the youngsters coming through, the academy players. We've only got one contracted Proteas player at Western Province, Björn Hendricks, which means that when there are SAA games, there are Proteas games, we are going to have to bring guys up from our academy. But we like that.
And it's really good to see the call-ups to that to the SAA team, and also to the South African one-day international team for the Western Province players. As you say, with only Björn Hendricks being contracted, it almost comes after a golden era. A golden era for Western Province cricket, where when under the guise of the Cobras there were a number of contracted players in the South African setup. As we see, Carl Simmons is going to continue from the Kelvin Grove end with the Titans on 92 without loss after 25 overs. Grant McQuena on strike after a very good over from Bashir Walters, just the one no ball in that over. McQuena looking for his 50. Is he going to get that this over, or is the pressure now of the scoreboard going to start telling on him?
Yeah, I think the six-gun grill Western Province bowlers have done well in the last few overs to limit the amount of runs. And you've got to build pressure, and you never know what can happen when guys are about to reach milestones.
And once again, defensively from McQuena, and this is good bowling from Simmons. He's been backed up with some outstanding fielding. Aviwa Mgujima doing some great work, as well as Yassine Valley in the covers over the last couple of overs. Daniel Smith at mid-wicket, who has been equally keen in the field. And that this one again to Mgujima at that shortish extra cover position. Yes, umpires, thank you to scorers who have just sent through. Dennis Smith here at the Weinberg end, and Abdullah Steenkamp, who is standing at the Kelvin Grove end. And once again, this one trying to make some room there, Grant McQuena, and he can only find who's that, Eves Kamanzi at backward point, and it prevents the run being scored. So pressure building to get to this milestone for the Titans opening batter. Simmons in again. That again a good delivery, a bit shorter this time, but a little bit popped up a bit off the surface. David.
Yeah, I think when batsmen in the first session of play on day one, they're not necessarily expecting the spinners to come on this early, so there's a bit of bounce. Kyle relies a lot on the bounce. So he's a very clever bowler, but I think what Grant's done quite well is that he's playing the ball on merit. He's giving it the due respect, and he's now he's been on 49 for a few overs now, but he realises that it's okay. He's been around the block. He's over 50 first-class matches, 11 50s to his name, 3 centuries to his name. So he knows what he needs to do. He knows that he needs to go big here as the openers and set it up for the Titans.
And it has certainly been over the last few overs. There has been a bit of a slowing in the scoring rate from the Titans, but as they're approaching lunch, only 15 minutes away, both of these two will want to be there at the break to build on the start that they've had after being sent into bat by Western six-gun grill or Western Province captain Zubair Hamza this morning. Looked like there was a bit of green on the pitch, David, after a bit of rain yesterday. It hasn't been the warmest weather in the Cape so far in November.
Yeah, traditionally, I was saying to somebody the other day, the last few years of the Mzansi Super League, which was played around this quick single here, Mikalali Mpongwana losing his hat while he was trying to get the run out there, but Dean Elgar with a quick single. And I think that's what pressure does. It does force you into quick singles.
It does.
Looking to rotate the strike, looking to get Grant McQuena back on strike. But Bashir Walters has done a good job here the last couple of overs.
Yeah, he has. He's certainly kept it very tight in his first over, coming back for his second spell from the Weinberg end, only conceding the one no ball, and now he is changing his line to go back over the wicket, which is understandable, to the right-handed batter, and Grant McQuena is looking for that elusive run to get to his 50 and to try and prevent that happening, prevent him taking a quick single. Just a quick change in the field with Valley coming across to mid-off as he carves that one away through the offside, and he's going to get there in style as that one goes into the rope in front of the famous railway stand here at 6 Gungrel Newlands, and that is a very good 100 by Grant McQuena. He 53 now off 81 balls with 10 fours, strike rate of 65.4, and so he is really done well. That's his sixth first class 50, and he'll be wanting to add to those 3 first class centuries that he does have, as David was mentioning to you a bit earlier on. Bashir Walters just going a bit wide on that occasion, perhaps the change of line. He's lucky that time. My goodness.
There's not a traditional second slip in there.
No.
There's a gap between first and almost like a third slip. Gone straight through. It wouldn't have carried, but
No.
at least it wouldn't have gone to the boundary.
That's right.
Bashir Walters won't mind that.
No.
He hasn't, the delivery that McQuena got to his 50 wasn't the best delivery, but that was a decent delivery. He won't mind that. But I think, 1 or 2 wickets here before lunch, that Western Province guys won't be too. They'll be happy about that. Yes, they've the runs haven't been. They haven't been able to limit the runs in the first session. The Titans have done well. I think Grant McQueen has played very positive in the first session. He's done a good job with Dean Elgar. Dean Elgar hasn't been playing in the last couple of weeks. He got an injury, but Grant McQueen has kind of taken on the role of the aggressor this morning. 57 runs off 82 deliveries, and Dean Elgar's on 43. So they've done an excellent job for the Titans. I think at Newlands, if you get put into bat, you need to cash in.
You do.
With the position that the Titans are in at the moment, they'll need to try and bat out the entire day. In 4-day cricket, you're looking to bat once ideally to buy yourself some time in the game, and that's what they'll be looking to do. It's an excellent delivery from Bash Walters.
Yeah, Bashir Walters really bowling well since he's come back. I think just the one ball that he actually gave a little bit of width to Grant McQuena, who then went to his 50. The following delivery through the slip cordon down to the boundary, which then brought up the 100 partnership for Elgar and McQuena, 101, which they achieved off 100 and in 116 minutes of 160 balls with 18 fours in that partnership. And certainly, as David was saying, really good for them, as this one just turned around the corner, and that's gone down to the man at a fine leg, and is that Carl Simmons down there? I don't think it is actually. It's not.
I think it's
trying to see who
Kieran
that is
Kenny.
down there. Kieran Kenny, who looked very impressive in his opening spell in first-class cricket this morning. David, he certainly was really tight. The first few overs really tight, and trying to just get that line and length right. Probably quite nervous.
Yeah, I mean, for a youngster making his first class debut, you're going to be nervous. You can maybe overexert yourself, and that's when you kind of can spray it a little bit. But he bowled very well. He's an aggressive bowler. The guys in Salt River are going mad for his debut today. They're very proud. That one was given a bit of air by Carl Simmons, but Grant McQueen has smashed that through covers for 4. Well played 4, but I don't mind seeing that from the bowler, giving it a bit of air. You never know what can happen.
Exactly, a valiant attempt at the shortish extra cover position. Aviu Mgijima has been in there for most of the match so far, while Carl Simmons has been bowling, and that went right down on the long boundary, a long run across there for the cover fielder, just stretching his legs. That's Yassine Valley, who had a bit of a run down there to the boundary, and it will be Carl Simmons again from the Kelvin Grove end. He's been keeping it nice and tight over the last few overs, and yeah, good to see him giving it some air. That one, as a result, quite a bit flatter, but just defended into the leg side. Daniel Smith doing the fielding from a more sort of conventional mid-wicket, maybe a more straightish mid-wicket. We have a mid-on as well in position to the right-hander. That one goes past the short leg, so we've got Daniel Smith in at short leg. I do apologise, and it is
Kaplan and short mid-wicket.
Gavin Kaplan at mid-wicket, yes. So
yeah, the pitch we're using today is a few pitches to the left of the pitch we used for the first game, which was the Test match wicket.
Okay.
Which means that there's a long boundary towards the Oaks grass embankment, and the railway stand becomes a shorter boundary. But yeah,
it's the famous names in the history of Six Gun Grill, Newlands, David mentioned there, the Oaks and the railway stand. Anybody that has ever had the good fortune of being to Newlands and being at the Oaks, it's an incredibly picturesque ground. That one just played out into the offside.
That was almost Kylo has been bowling lately with a little bit surprise of the batsman sometimes, a little round arm action, and that was almost like a half round arm action. And it does catch the guys out sometimes. Does catch the batsmen out when they're not expecting it, and that's what the thinking bowlers do. They try different things. Some guys stutter a bit in their run-ups, or as they get to the crease they delay it a little bit or bowl a bit before. Mainly in white ball cricket, but in 4-day cricket, it's worth a try, especially when you need to nab a wicket before a break. When the guys, Bash likes his food, so I know Bash is getting hungry. So he'll be looking for a breakthrough here. Maybe if he gets the breakthrough, they'll take a lunch. That's
my goodness!
And we almost had the breakthrough there.
He did. So Dean Elgar just a little bit early on that, maybe, and good delivery again from Bashir Walters, and played forcefully down to Yassine Valley, who's here at mid-off the field for Walters. He has got 2 slips, a conventional first slip and then a third slip, a man at a conventional point, man at extra cover, mid-off, a mid-on, a short mid-wicket, square leg, and a man at long leg on the boundary as he's in again, and that's another good delivery. Played
that's
well, but great
fielding
at mid-on by the tall Mhlali Mpongwana. Not surprising to see why they call him Jason Holder, and the man who's wearing a couple of different caps today.
It's a long way down. It's a long way down for Mhlali, but he did some great fielding there, and he's a very thin guy, but he gets down really well. He's an athlete, and he's only going to get stronger from a physique point of view, and a skills point of view as well. He got down very well there. We can't afford to. Western Province guys can't afford to give away any more boundaries before lunch. They want to keep it tight, limit the runs before lunch. We're at the general supporter out there will maybe not know that we've moved to 104 overs a day now.
Yes.
So that means it's about 15 point something overs per day, per hour. So the bowlers need to get through that. So the over rate has been pretty good. Obviously, it helps when you've got spinners in your lineup.
Yes.
But it's key that you get through the overs as well. The umpires will be on them. But they've done a good job here, and they'll probably get through 31 overs before they take the lunch break.
So that one just played down into backward point. Who's that? That's Zubair Hamza, I think. It's Gavin Kaplan at backward point. Did some really nice, some good sharp fielding there. And Dean Elgar is looking now quite solid in that Elgar-esque fashion of his, as we've come to expect from him. And Bashir Walters really been bending his back here from the Weinberg end, and that one a bit of a false stroke as Elgar long leg where Kieran Kenny is, but it doesn't go down there. It actually goes to I think that's Carl Simmons, who's at gully, or it's the third slip, and he feels that quite nicely of his fellow bowlers bowling, and yeah, it's been a good fielding display from 6 Gun Grill Western Province fielders so far, David. Some impressive work in the field, the youngsters throwing themselves around, and it has been really good to see the energy in the field. Another good delivery from
I think when
Walters.
the bowlers, they need the backup from they need the energy, and they can pick up the energy from the fielders. So if the fielders are giving it their all out there, the bowlers can get energy, especially when it's a long session and you're at the end of a session, you haven't taken a wicket. A good fielding, a good throw or a run out could re-energize the bowlers themselves. So that means a lot for the guys. I think, we were talking about Dean Elgar. We've seen Dean Elgar on national level. He loves this ground. It's no surprise that Dean Elgar is made himself available for this match. He loves playing at 6 Gun Grill Newlands. He loves being here for the New Year's Test match, which is coming back to our beautiful ground, which is great. I think the players will love that. The Indian players as well will love the fact that iconic Test match is coming back to Newlands. So maybe Dean's just using this game as coming to check out the field, the pitches, we've got a new development here. Maybe he's getting used to seeing a different scenery here,
Yes.
Which I think is, we can talk about later. But it's a different look and feel,
It is.
but it is still Newlands.
It is.
And you've still got the mountain there. You've still got the brewery behind the railway stand here, and somebody like Dean Elgar, loves playing here.
Yeah.
He loves nothing more than batting long.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be his aim this afternoon. And the Western Province bowlers are going to need to try and get him out, because you don't want Western Province don't want a Dean Elgar to bat long in this first innings.
No, not at all, and it is looking at this stage a little bit ominous for the 6 Gun Grill Western Province bowlers, as the Titans have moved to 106 in the 30th over, and Kyle Simmons, who's been bowling really economically, I mean, at the moment in his 6th over, only gone for 13, and I can barely think of a loose delivery that he's bowled, and played through the covers nicely in the last over, but it has been very tight bowling from him, and there's that rounder arm again, David, as you were describing earlier on from Kyle, as that one just played behind square on the leg side, picked up by Kyle Verena, just stretching his legs from behind the stumps, and that means the end of the 30th over. So Western Province keeping up well with the over rate at 14 overs an hour, as you said, working out. The first hour was 14 overs. They've then managed to bowl just over 16 after the drinks break, and we're just about 5 minutes or so away from lunch, probably one more over before lunch, and we are going to see a change for that last over before lunch. Is it Yves Kamanzi coming on from the Weinberg end for the last over before the lunch break. What are we going to expect from Yves here?
So he made his first class debut last week, against Boland, against the Rocks. Didn't take a wicket there, but he bowled consistently. He actually contributed nicely with the bat as well, on a 10th wicket stand with Mkhlali Mpungwana.
Excellent.
He's a confident young man. He's a top young man as well, and he's aggressive. He's going to be in your face, and he's going to come at you.
And now from the Weinberg end, that one outside the off stump of the right-hander, and just spinning away slightly from the left arm conventional Yves Kamanzi, again into the offside, fielded there at that shortish extra cover field.
He's got a quicker action than somebody like Kyle Simmons or maybe a George Linder.
Yeah.
And I like this from Zubair Hamza, the captain, because get him involved in the game just before lunch. You never know what can happen. If he picks up a wicket now, then it sets the tone. It gives them a bit of a lift going into lunch, and after lunch they can try and go bang bang, take 2 or 3 wickets quickly, and then you never know.
The Titans will not want to lose a wicket in the last 3 balls before the break, and one just played out into the offside of a slightly shortish delivery from Kamanzi, who's been really on the spot with his left arm, as you say, David, skidding on a bit, and doesn't have the height of a Simmons and a Linda, but certainly is putting it on the button there at the moment. That one just straight down the leg side, of course, as I say, has been putting it on the button. And that will not make it, looks like, to the boundary. A very good chase there. I think it's by Gavin Kaplan, and tosses that into Verena, and they are through for, I think it was 3, and that's
lunch,
ladies and gentlemen, is lunch on the first day of this 4-day match between the 6-gun grill Western Province team and the Momentum Multiply Titans. And news here from 6-gun grill Newlands is that the Titans will go into the break with Grant McQuena on a well-played 66, Dean Elgar on 43, and the score 110 without loss, as we now will say goodbye to you for the moment, and everybody's off to enjoy their lunch. And thank you, David, for the last session of commentary. We'll be back with you after the lunch break, and so it's goodbye from us for the moment.
welcome back everybody. This is now the second session with the Titans at 110 without loss after 31 overs.
Yeah, it was a good first session for the momentum multiplied Titans. Grant McQuena getting to his half century. Dean Algar will be looking to reach his half century in the first 10 or 15 minutes here at after lunch. Umpires are back on. Umpires from the Dennis Smith and Abdullah Steenkamp. And Kyle Simmons is going to take the first over after lunch. He'll be bowling to Grant McQuena, who is on 66 not out. It's been good from Grant McQuena this morning.
Yeah, the difference for him today, he's been circumspect. He's only attacked the bad ball. We know that he likes to attack the ball, especially in white ball cricket. He's been timed his innings very well today. And he comes and left behind by Grant McQuena. No run.
I think Kyle Simmons will be attacking him first up after lunch here. He'll be looking to see if the concentration levels are back at how they were. Teasing him with one outside off there. A little bit of a loosener from Simo.
As I said there, normally Grant McQuena would want to have a hit at that one. Plenty of width, but he decided against it. And again, this one, Grant McQuena gets in behind and drives it nicely to the close-in fieldsman, short cover, and there's no run. There's two short covers here for Simmons. It's right a bit shorter, a bit too straight down the leg side. Grant McQuena scampers through for a quick single, and he moves on to 67.
It's always good to get that first run after lunch for a batsman that's settled. Just reset after lunch, it settles the nerves a little bit. Now Dean Algar's on strike, and we spoke earlier on about Dean Algar loving Newlands, and you know his average at Newlands.
Yes, his average at the moment is 54 after 15 matches on this ground. He hits 100 every fourth innings. So it's true what you said, he loves to bat here.
Western Province will be hoping today is not one of those innings.
Comes in again to Dean Algar. This one worked to the leg side and behind square. Very easy single there for Dean Algar. Moves on to 44. And the Titans move on to 112 after 32 overs.
I don't think we'll see Eve Kamanzi again after lunch immediately. We'll see. It looks like Bash Walter is going to be taking the first over from the Weinberg end. Zubair Hamza just talking to his opening bowler now. It's important that they get this breakthrough early doors after lunch, because you don't want to let the batsman run away with things, and you know the sessions is actually a very important part of the entire game as a whole.
Yeah, they're all important, but particularly now, Province need to get a breakthrough just to change the momentum a little bit. So I think certainly going with pace is the right option. Certainly the first hour.
We saw a couple go through the slips in the first hour. Oh, and there's...
I'm talking about going...
As I say that, one goes just falls short of first slip. Some good fielding there by BWM Gajima.
Foolish ball there by Sher Waters. Dean Algar was in two minds what to do. Got a thickish outside edge, as you say. That's just in front of first slip. They were able to go through for another single.
Bashley, I mean, he's been bowling around the wicket to the left-hander this morning. But he is a good bowler to the left-handers over the wicket as well. He can cut it across them as well. But it's interesting to see how he's bowled really well to the left to Dean this morning.
Yes, his figures don't support the fact that he has actually bowled well for most of the morning session. He comes in now to Grant McQuena, short and wide, commentator's curse, and smacked away for 4 by Grant McQuena.
Yeah, unfortunately too short and wide there. You're going to get punished outside off there. Grant McQueen he's a set batsman. He's not going to let that one slide. That's the first boundary post lunch.
Yeah, as we said, Grant McQueen's timed his innings well, but when he's got a bad ball, more often than not, he's put it away.
The Western Province guys will be looking to keep the run rate down here. They don't want the run rate to get how it was in the first session. They put some good pressure on just before lunch. Some tight overs from Pongwana and from Bash and from Simmons. So they'll be looking to keep the pressure on, because that's often what happens to break a partnership like this. You're going to need some pressure.
Indeed, they have tried at different times to try and work on Grant McQuena in that fashion. Putting up the mid-on mid-off up when Simmons was bowling to try to get him hit over the top. So far, McQuena is not biting. This one again, foolish ball out of the off stump, nicely driven by McQuena, but doesn't time it all that well, and there's no run. Titans 117 without loss.
They're continuing with that almost third slip gully with a gap in between first and second slip. That a couple of fallen short of the slips this morning. Maybe the bounce on the pitch hasn't been there with the pace bowlers.
Mariki in commentary said that. They said that this pitch is a bit too slow, so you need to get a genuine edge before it carries.
Very Boland Park-esque. And I think that's why Mkhlali Pongwana bowled very well in the first session, because we mentioned earlier on how well he bowled against the Rocks a couple of weeks ago, where he took his maiden 5-wicket haul. And it's possibly that kind of sticky pitch where it's not got a lot of bounce on it. The balls aren't carrying through to slip. And some have just stuck in the wicket a little bit. Dean, there was one just before lunch where he just almost held out to mid-off.
Yeah, the slowness has actually helped the batters, because even on the odd occasion when they have miscalculated the delivery, they've had enough time to adjust to the ball, to the situation, before they got into trouble. End of that over, 117 without loss after 33.
I think it's an important session for guys like Kieran Kenny as well. You know, it's his first class game. He's earning his first cap today. For him to get a wicket would do wonders for his confidence, for the team, especially if he can be the one to make the breakthrough for Western Province. He can go on and take a couple of wickets. He's an aggressive bowler. He's been practicing with the professional team for a good couple of weeks now, so he knows what's expected of him. He knows that he's in the big time now, and he's chomping at the bit. So I think a wicket will do him the world of good.
I certainly did enjoy watching him. He seems to have a very strong action. As you say, he seems to be an aggressive type of bowler. Yes, all he needs now is to get a couple of wickets, just to get a confidence boost. This one from Simmons to Dean Aragar, and swept for 4. Lovely timing there from Dean Aragar. Wasn't a bad delivery, but a lovely shot from Dean Aragar.
He moves on to 49 now, one away from his half century, sticking to his average and his love of Newlands. I don't mind to see that from Kyle Simmons. It gets Dean Aragar playing some shots, which is what the bowlers want. There's opportunities where that comes, but Dean's too good a player not to take advantage of that kind of delivery.
This one, nicely bowled, a nice flight there from Simmons, work to the leg side, to the close in fieldsman, no run. This one is driven to mid-on fieldsman, and Dean Algar moves on to his 50. 50 of 91 deliveries with 8 fours. Typically Dean all around the wicket. Just a solid, dependable innings there from Dean. Just in time for the international service right the corner.
Yeah, Dean hasn't played in the last couple of weeks. He picked up an injury for the Titans, but whenever he kind of is available, that's too short from Kyle Simmons, and Grant McQueen takes advantage of that, pulling that ball for another boundary. That's too short from Simmons. You're going to get punished.
The problem that's been with the Province's problem all day is that they've bowled 3 or 4 good deliveries, and the bad ball has always been there. Pretty much every over, they bowled a bad ball. Once again, too short and got the punishment.
And you're bowling to the short boundary to the right and there on the leg side. That's a better delivery from Simmons. Mkhlali and Mpungwana doing the fielding, and that's the end of the over.
Titans 126 without loss. Grant McQueen 75, Dean Algar 50. Things are looking rather ominous in Western Province. Pitch is looking a little bit flat. It looks a real struggle, but as we know, cricket, if you get a wicket, it can sometimes bring 2 or 3.
Absolutely, I think that's what Bashir Walters has done. He's taken off the jersey, and he's gunning for this opening wicket here. He's been bowling well around the wicket to Dean Algar. He's going to hope that he can get something out of this wicket.
This one, 2 leg side, bread and butter for Dean Algar. Dean Algar smacks it to the leg side, front of square, and scampers through for quick 2. Moves on to 52.
Zubair Hamza rotated his fast bowlers pretty well in the first session before the spinners came on, but from this Weinberg end he was looking at Mpungwana and from Bashir Walters from the Weinberg end, and I think he will be continuing that. I think we'll see Mpungwana, it's a quick single and a misfield from Mpungwana there at mid-on, and Dean Algar comes back for 2, should have only been 1. Bashir Walters giving him the eye, giving his fielder the eye there.
Yeah, definitely should only have been 1 in that situation. Hit it quite hard to Mpungwana, but still should have got behind it and stopped the second run. Just on that, I think the rotation will come, but I suppose the 3 spinners was more about necessity rather than what the pitch was likely to do, or was the 3 spinners a definite option for Province?
That's a better delivery from Bash there. Just forcing Dean the back. The one hand came off the bat there. Better from Bashir Walters there. Yeah, I think first morning of a 4-day game, you're not necessarily as a captain looking to play to bowl 2 of your spinners up front. But obviously, captains that down on the field and seeing the pitch and the opportunity to look for the breakthrough was necessitated, and he'll be looking. Kyle Simmons will be a senior spin bowler on this occasion. Kyle was in a similar mode to George Linder, quite a tall bowler. It's a decent delivery, a full delivery from Bashir Walters to Dean Algar, who just knocks it to point. Gavin Kaplan doing the fielding there.
They look as if they're missing Andre Berger or Wayne Parnell. It just looks that way. It just looks to me like they're missing an extra pace bowler. But as I was saying, we were talking to Mareki earlier, he was suggesting that maybe days 3 and 4, the extra spinner might come into play.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Again, Dean Algar plays onto the leg side, no run there. I agree. Later in the game, having the three spinners with Aviwa and Gujima as the third spinner might be very hugely beneficial. But Western Province will need to limit the Titans, the damage in the first innings. If the Titans go on and score a big score, the three spinners is not going to come into play necessarily. So they're going to need the strike bowlers to do the job up front in the first innings. Couple of wickets now. It's not the most experienced Titans batting lineup. Obviously, Dean Elgar brings a lot of that is vintage Dean Elgar. Straight down the ground, drive for four. That's too full from Bashir Walters, and Dean Elgar. That's too easy for the Proteas Test captain.
So far, we've had 2 overs, and in both overs there was a 4-ball. Short one from Simmons at the half volley by Bashir Walters. Both of them poor balls. Both of them got the punishment they deserved.
And I think that's what the Titans have done well. They haven't tried to they haven't needed to create anything. They've played the ball on merit. They've respected the good balls, but there has been too many loose deliveries from the Western Province bowlers, and when they've got those loose deliveries, they've taken advantage of them. And this is the Proteas Test captain. Yeah, down the ground. That's his game.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's pressure early on for the 6-gun Grill Western Province bowlers. Yeah, Kyle Simmons coming in from the Kelvin Grove end.
Comes into McQuarrie. McQuarrie gets in behind it and blocks it on the offside. There's no run.
I think I remember last season. I was chatting to Grant McQuarrie. He was playing for the Knights last season, sitting on the bench. So this new system is allowing top players to get more opportunities to play games. Oh, that's
right. A little bit too short bat. There was the quickness of the delivery which deceived McQuarrie. Could have easily got a feather there through to McQuarrie.
Could have
Sorry,
been
for
under
Verena. Luckily, he didn't get an edge. This one nice and full, drifting in on the leg stump, blocked by McQuarrie. No run. Yeah, I like the new system. As you say, it gives those fringe guys now opportunity of playing every week. Lovely ball there by Simmons. Beats McQuarrie, all ends up out of the off stump. Goes through to the keeper.
Simmons is a very clever bowler. He's a student of the game. He analyses the game very well. He understands situations, and he'll be sussing out McQuarrie's weaknesses and trying to take advantage.
Oh.
And he almost finds the edge there.
This one similar. Beats them all ends up. Again, McQuarrie trying to cut it. Didn't get anything on it. Rather fortunate. McQuarrie is struggling here against Simmons, not having much of an idea. The final delivery is blocked by McQuarrie. That was probably the best shot he played throughout that over. The Titans are 134 without loss.
Yeah, that was a very good over from Kyle Simmons. His captain will be happy with that. Couple of chances there. I think Dean Elgar will be telling Grant McQuarrie just stay patient, don't lose the focus, and the bad ball will come.
Indeed, there's no need for any rash shots or any risk taking from a Titans point of view.
Here's Kieran Kenny coming on for his first spell after lunch. I like this move. Throw the youngster into the cauldron straight away soon after lunch.
Yes, I think Bashir didn't quite get his straps after lunch. Didn't quite find the line or the length that he was looking for. That's proactive captaincy from Hamza. That's good to see. Something's not happening, make a change.
It's good to see him backing the youngster, and the South African Test captain wouldn't be a bad first wicket for a guy making his debut.
Indeed not.
It speaks to, when I see Kieran Kenny making his debut, it speaks to the club system in Western Province cricket. Traditionally, we've got over 70 clubs in Cape Town here, and he's a local boy, come through the club system, come through the age groups, and here he is making his debut. So I think that's this is what the new It's a decent first delivery.
Quick single there by Dean Elgar. Nice delivery, but Dean is seeing the ball rather well. He's able to get through for a quick single.
He reminds Kieran Kenny reminds me a bit of the former Cobras Western Province player Francois Plaatjes. Very not too tall, quite skiddy, bit of a slingy action, but pace, and surprised many a batsman.
Yes, he does look like he's got a decent bit of pace on him. As you say, I think certainly McQuenna has been rushed a couple of times. This one, too full by Kieran Kenny and driven for 4 by Clark McQuenna.
Strike the pose there. That deserved a pause moment there. The photographer's got that pose there. That was a beautiful shot from Grant McKenna. Too full from Kieran Kenny, and you're not going to get away with that at this level.
Yeah, there's one thing that will come with time. He's got to learn to bowl 6 balls in the right place and try to get the batsman to make the mistake rather than forcing the issue.
And I think that's what the guys. That's a better delivery. I think that's what the guys we see Bashir Walters at mid-on. And that's what the guys like that will be saying to Kieran Kenny, that you must have a plan, have a 6 ball plan, and don't just go to your run up, turn around and deliver. There must be a plan. So what are you doing your first delivery? What are you doing? How are you looking to get him out on the 4th delivery? Set him up nicely. And I think that only comes with experience. That will come. You don't want to that's too wide from Kieran Kenny. In a white ball game, they would have been signalled a wide, but the umpire's given him a bit of leeway there.
I was going to say, even in a 4-day game, that's almost a wide.
Yeah,
I
think if it was Bashir Walters on that side, I think the umpire would have punished him for that. But the boy's on debut. Let's give him that. But that's his last. Some good energy from the guys out in the field. They are under the pump, but there is some good energy out there. They're not losing hope in the session post-lunch.
This one again, too full. Driven square on the offside by McQuenna. Another boundary. There's 2 deliveries in this over that is just too full, too wide, and got the treatment.
Hint of reverse swing there, it looked like, from up here. But obviously too full, and that's too easy for a guy who's nearing a century.
Yeah, Clark McQuenna moves on to 83.
There's Bashir Walters talking to his young charge there, which I like to see. I think many times in the heat of the moment the youngsters get overawed, and it's good to have an experienced head around you to just calm you down, stick to your process. That's a better delivery, a good comeback from the young man.
Always good to see a Yorker bowled. It was a really good comeback after being hit for 4. As you say, looks like a confident young fellow, which is good to see for the future for Western Province cricket.
I think getting that first wicket out of the way will be a catalyst for better things for Kenny. Kyle Simmons continues from the Kelvin Grove end. He'll be bowling to Dean Elgar. I haven't seen Simmons bowl too much to Dean Elgar this morning. He's been bowling a lot to Grant McQuenna, the right-hander, so let's see how it comes out to the left-hander. Obviously a left-arm bowler, it's a nice angle, but also a nice angle for the batsmen themselves. He swept him for 4 a couple of overs ago to the long boundary there on the Oaks grass. Maybe we'll see a bit of round arm action from Kyle Simmons.
This one nicely bowled and just a very short-legged fieldsman. Wasn't in full control there by Dean Elgar by any stretch, but he's able to go through for a fairly leisurely single. I think I'm right in saying that Simmons is your leading wicket taker so far. This season with 8 wickets.
That's true. With George Linden not available, he was at the World Cup with the Proteas as one of the reserve players there. He's been the frontline spinner, and around the guys like Björn Hendricks and Wayne Parnell, Michelali Mpungwana, Bashir Walters. He's been our main wicket taker so far this season. We've played, this is now the second match for Western Province at Six Gungrel Newlands, and we've played one away game at Boland Park, and then next week away against the Warriors. So it will be interesting to see how Simmons fares over the next couple of weeks, but there's a lot of responsibility on him as the main spinner. That's a decent delivery there.
Oh,
Forcing Mokoena forward there.
he doesn't have a lot of franchise cricket before the new structure, but he's been around the system a long time. He's been around he's been around a long time, so he knows his game very, very well.
Absolutely. He was part of the SA emerging side a few years ago, where people don't realise that he's a serious batsman as well. Very similar to George Linder, so that's why he is the perfect kind of foil for George, or replacement when George isn't available, because you don't need to change the makeup of the side in order to accommodate Simmons into the side. He comes in that 7 or 8 role, can bat quickly. Also a left-handed batsman. White ball cricket, he was devastating in the T20 challenge. Scored a 40 off like 18 deliveries, if I'm not mistaken. So he adds a lot of value down the order, and especially if, as a Western Province team in the 4-day cricket, in that kind of Gilchrist role where you're batting at a decent strike rate at 7 or 8, it can make a big difference to your batting lineup, to your tail.
Yeah, and that was also a very economical over there, which he's just completed, one off the over. So he's doing his end of the bargain.
He needs the other end to play their part as well, and I think that's the key, is that we talk about bowling in partnerships, and this is a perfect example. If Kyle Simmons is keeping it tight from the one end, he needs the other guy on the other end to be bowling tight as well, and that's how you create pressure. That's when the wickets start to come.
Indeed. In comes Kieran Kenny, bounce out of the off stump.
Decent delivery.
Thickest outside the edge there by Dean Algar. And he's able to go through for a quickish 2. Yeah, moral victory there by Kieran Kenny. Nice delivery. Wasn't in complete control there, Dean Algar, at all.
Possibly shouldn't have been 2 there. Kyle Simmons at Gully just misfielding slightly, allowing Dean Algar to come back for the 2.
Some of the ground fielding has been part of the best by Western Province so far. So they want to improve on that. This one is just left alone by Dean Algar. Goes through to the keeper. Titans are 146 without loss. Dean Algar's on 62 and Clark McQuena is on 83.
That run rate of 3.8 per over from Western Province's point of view is too high. They will be looking to keep that below 3 if they can, and that's how you're going to be able to create pressure. From a Titans point of view, they've kept it pretty solid at that rate for most of the game so far. At one point it was over 4 runs and over. So from their point of view, they're really playing positive cricket, but they're not necessarily playing aggressive cricket. They're just playing the ball on merit, respecting the good balls, and waiting for the bad balls, which unfortunately for Western Province have been coming all too often.
Yeah, that's exactly it. That is exactly it. Titans have not had to take any risks at all so far in the 38 overs bowled. When Kearney comes in again, this one driven by Dean Algar, stopped by the boot of the bowler. I suspect that would have been at least a couple if Kieran Kenny had not got his boot on.
Lovely swing. There was a little bit of swing there from Kieran Kenny, bit of in swing there. But the wicket saving the boundary for the bowler. I think he got away with one there, but it was a decent delivery. But it was a little bit too full, which Dean Algar almost hit straight down the ground for a boundary.
comes in once more. This one too much to the leg side. Easy single behind square for to the fine leg fieldsman.
That's Yves Kamanzi down there on the fine leg boundary. He bowled one over just before lunch. We'll see more of him in this middle session of the day, I'm sure. Kyle Simmons can't be bowling every over from the Kelvin Grove end.
I think he'll probably bowl the majority of the day, but yes, even he will need a break at some stage.
A bit of inconsistency from Kenny, and that's obviously, that's not uncommon in your first game, but
this one, talking about inconsistencies, too short by Kieran Kenny and too wide. Easy pickings for Grant McKenna, smacks it to the point boundary fairly easily for 4 runs. He moves on to 87, and that's the 150 for the Titans of 235 balls to 28 boundaries.
Yeah, it's been a decent first half hour for the Titans. They haven't lost a wicket, and they continue post lunch. Dean Elgar is on 63. Grant McKenna 87 not out as he nears his century. Grant McKenna's scored 3 centuries, first-class centuries in his career. He's on his way to his 4th century. It's been a good innings from McKenna in this partnership. Obviously, Dean Elgar is the senior member, but he's played a supporting role to McKenna this morning. Welcome back, James.
Thanks, David. Good to be back. And a good, as you said, good post-lunch first half hour from the Momentum Multiply Titans, with both Elgar and McKenna looking quite strong. Western Province trying to get this run rate plugged back, but it's not going to help as Dean Elgar goes down the wicket and just plays that one beautifully over mid-off, and down to the boundary. Yves Kamanzi can do nothing about that. Down to the boundary for 4, yet another boundary, as you were talking about the run rate being something that Western Province will want to try and keep under control. Very difficult in these circumstances at the moment, as that one is played very fine, and Yasin Valley comes around and does the fielding from fine leg and keeps them down to a single, but it's been just too many runs being leaked at the moment.
It's amazing what a wicket can do, though.
It is. Yes.
I say that in slight hope, but it was also in Kyle Simmons is key to this. He'll be looking for the wicket here to break through. Sometimes you get, if a batsman, the number 3 or 4 batsman's been sitting in the changing padded up for the last 3 hours, it can lead to 1 or 2 quick wickets. That's a shorter ball from Kyle Simmons. But it can cause 1 or 2 jitters amongst the new batsmen, and that's when you can try and take advantage. But you need to make that breakthrough. And where's it going to come from? That's what Captain Zubair Hamza will be trying to work out.
Exactly, and he has been trying from this end post-lunch 2 of his quicks, Walters and Kenny, as this one again, all defence from McKenna. He has certainly picked up on the loose ball, though, Grant McKenna, and he will be eyeing his first-class century since 2018. 1st of October 2018 was his last first-class century made on this ground when he was playing for the Knights against the then franchise Cape Cobras. He scored 113 on that day. Today he will be looking to add to, as you said, his total of 3 centuries, and the 6-gun grill Western Province, about to say Cape Cobras, Western Province will be looking to stop him from doing that. Certainly, with the fact that he's opening up a bit more, you get a bit looser, you might make a mistake, and that could be something. Keeping it tight can help. Kieran Kenny in keeping it nice and straight to Dean Elgar, who plays it beautifully straight down the ground. Good fielding again from Mihlali Mpongwana, here at mid-on, straightish mid-on to Dean Elgar. Been feeling really well, Mhlalim Pongwana.
Yeah, there's been spurts when they fielded, especially down the ground. I think that was big Bash Walters down there, but
yes,
the big man got down very well there.
He did.
But I think I like to see this from Captain Zubair Hamza. Kieran Kenny going for a couple of boundaries, but not pulling him out of the attack.
Exactly.
I think it's a decent delivery there from Kenny to Grant McQuena. It's good to allow the young guy to develop his skills.
Absolutely.
And I think that's a role of the captain to do. You're going to get hit for a couple of boundaries, especially in your first match, but it's about backing the young man, and when that backing happens, they can nip out a wicket or two, and then the confidence is sky high.
And it's very important to know that your captain is backing you, and the fielders are quite animated out there. It's good to hear the talking on the field, constantly encouraging the youngster, and that's what you want in your first game. For at the senior level, it's a daunting prospect coming here to one of the homes of cricket, world cricket, I would say, not even just South African cricket. Six Gungrel Newlands, one of the most picturesque grounds in world cricket, as it's Kieran Kenny from the Wynberg end in to Grant McQuena, and that one played out into the sort of forward square area, where that's Gavin Kaplan, I think, doing the fielding in that area, and he's been a live wire in the field on his debut today. We've got a real ring field for the youngster. He's got a slip, a gully, a man at a conventional point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, man at a shortish mid-wicket. That's Mpongwana, who I mistakenly called was in place of Walters. And then you have got a more conventional mid-wicket as he's in again, and good delivery. He's tightened it up this over quite significantly, David.
Yeah, he has, and I think that's what his captain will be looking for, to more consistency from him, not too many loose deliveries, have a clear plan in place. I like that position of the short mid wicket. We've seen a couple of deliveries just stick a little bit in the pitch with the batsman misreading it, and there's opportunities for, if there was a position there earlier on, there might have been a catch gone straight to him. So we might see something. All the bowler needs is for the batsman to mistime it slightly, and Mpongwana at short mid wicket is going to be in the game.
Then again, that one, McQuena going for his shots again, but Yasin Valley quickly around from a mid-off, and he fields very effectively. That ball just bouncing off the edge of the square, which might have surprised him a little bit. But the Titans have moved on to 157 without loss after 41 overs, with McQuena on 87. The Australian unlucky number, and Elgar on 69. And it has been a good batting display from the Proteas captain and from his former Knights co-batsman at the other end, Grant McQuena, looking for his first century for a while in the first class game.
Talking about Australia have named the Ashes squad.
Oh my goodness! Okay,
that's going to be a great series. A lot of spice there.
That is going to be, as normal, a lot of spice. That one from Carl Simmons, tucked away, but in the field there we have Valley again, very, very lively in the field. Is Valley? Was that Imogene? No, that's Yasin Valley out there at mid-wicket. Comes around quickly to square leg to prevent any thought of more than a single to Elgar. He moves on to 70, and he is looking a bit ominous in terms of his form, and hopefully that's the commentator's curse from a Western Province point of view for Dean Elgar. Simmons from the Kelvin Grove end. Really getting through quite a lot of work here. Grant Simmons into his 12th over now. Only Bash Walters has bowled. He's bowled 11 overs, 0 for 51. Bashir Walters gone through a lot of work this morning.
There's the quicker delivery from Kyle Simmons. I think it's not too far away from seeing Michlali and Pungwana come back again.
Yeah.
He's been bowling very consistently line and length, and I think Captain Zubair Hamza won't want too many boundary deliveries. So I think it won't be too long before we see Mpungwana again. Let's see if he's warming up there. He's quite a laid back character. It's one or two stretches before he comes back on. But yeah, I don't think it'll be too long before we see Mpungwana come back again.
See the captain Hamza stretching a little bit as that one very nicely picked out of the air off the bump ball by Daniel Smith at one of those two short cover positions, or almost like a short extra and short cover. Ngajima and Daniel Smith just keeping the COVID distance there in the goes. That's a good delivery, but half shout for leg before wicket. It looked like it was going a bit down the leg side, too much with the sweep shot from Mokoena.
I think that was more of a plea from the bowlers than realistic chance there. But it did look like he was going down for the sweep shot, so it looked like it was going down leg. Doesn't look like, I think Kieran Kenny's getting another over here, and Mpungwana's still in the field.
Yeah.
Kenny's got his cap off for another over.
He has indeed.
I think also, the captain might be thinking about a different out-of-the-box kind of bowler. Sometimes, back in the day, the likes of Stean van Zyl, JP Duminy would come on with the golden arm. I'm just trying to think, maybe you saw Zubair Hamza stretching there. Maybe he's going to bring himself on. He backs himself. I've seen him bowling in the nets a few times. But you never know. It can cause a bit of a surprise. That's a full delivery from Kenny. Dean Elgar's a bit upset with himself there for not taking advantage of that.
I think he is. So that one picked up by Mpungwana in the extra cover region. He just gives the ball a bit of a shine on his shirt. And Zubair Hamza, I was going to say, more looked like he was sort of feeling his inner thigh a bit earlier on after he stopped a thunderbolt that came to him from Elgar in that mid-wicket position. So hopefully there's no problem there. But Kenny, straying down the leg side, turned more than really guided more than hit down the leg side to Eve Kamanzi, who's patrolling the fine leg boundary to the left-hander, and now all change for the right-handed Mokoena, who's coming on strike. So still, I love to see this energy in the field still from the 6 Gungril Western Province team. They are keeping that going. It can't be easy out there. The Titans on 159 without loss.
Yeah, I think the energy has been good. That's what you do get with youngsters. They don't get too down on themselves. That's too full from Kenny, and Grant Mokoena smashes that away through covers for a boundary.
And he moves into the 90s with that glorious cover drive, wide half volley from Kieran Kenny, and it is dispatched as one would expect from somebody with the experience of Mokoena through into the extra cover boundary. The youngster is going to learn, isn't he, as time goes on, and hit those patches that he needs to hit, and work with it. He's got a lot of energy, and that's what one would expect from him. And
Ideally, you want the guys to be making their debuts with a lot of experience around them. The Wayne Parnells, the Buren Hendricks, George Linder, Nandre Berger, even though Nandre's a relative youngster, but they're still a lot more experienced. Ideally, you want to bring that balance through with the more experienced guys, but you can't predict injuries, you can't predict teams, so you get dealt. You get your debut. That's right. You don't complain. You grab that ball and you try and take every opportunity. There is some experience around in Bashir Walters. I think Yazin Vali's been at mid-off and mid-on for most of the day so far. So they'll be talking to them. Oh, that's a decent delivery.
Lovely ball,
it's stuck a little bit in the pitch. We've seen a couple of those deliveries where hasn't necessarily gone through that well.
No.
Which is nice to see from Kenny.
Yeah, I think it's one would like to see him bowling a bit more on that length, just short of a length, maybe outside off or on that line of off stump. It just hasn't been consistent enough, which is not too much of a surprise on your debut. But it's very, very good economical action. He does bustle in, and a lot of energy in that action. I do like to see it. That one slightly uppish initially. Great fielding by Yassine Valley at that mid-off position. And as you were saying earlier on, David, you've got some of that experience out there on the field. You want to be backed up as a young bowler by your fielders, and certainly the Western Province team have been athletic in the field today.
There's been a couple of deliveries from this side, from the Kelvin, from the Weinberg end, where they've just stuck in the pitch, and there's a potential, they at mid-off and mid-on, there's a potential for a catch, but none have unfortunately carried for Western Province. But it's been that short of a length delivery where it sticks a little bit has been a good angle for the fast bowlers from this side of the ground. Kyle Simmons once again gets the ball from the Kelvin Grove end. Grant McQuena on 92 not out with the score on 164 without loss after 43 overs.
Yeah.
The run rate continues at 3.8. That's again too much from a Western Province point of view.
Yes, it is. And Kyle Simmons, whilst he was very economical in his first number of overs, have been a few that have gone to the boundary more recently. He'll be wanting to make sure that doesn't happen now, as that one is played out into the covers, and that's Kamani there, I think, that gets a hand on it, so he's able to just palm it around the corner, but Valley picks up. There's still a single taken by the right-handed McQuena. That brings Elgar onto strike, and Simmons will now be continue over the wicket to the left-handed Elgar, and just play it into the covers where Mpongwana does the fielding, rifles the throw into Verena, and that's...
I think Simmons saw Elgar trying to come down the wicket a little bit and fired it in there. Kyle Verena behind the stumps thought he might be in with a bit of a chance. But I don't think Simmons will mind that too much.
No.
I think from a spin bowler's point of view, that's not a bad thing.
This one...
that's well fielded there.
Very well fielded there in the mid-wicket region by Yassine Valley. He's getting around on the field, and he's been doing some outstanding work. That stop certainly saved 4 runs, which is exactly what the Western Province team are needing right now. And this one played into that short man short at mid-wicket. Is that Mgajima?
Yeah, that's Mgajima.
Mid-wicket. He's been patrolling that short area most of the day when he hasn't been at slip. And at the moment, the captain Hamza, I think, is at slip. Indeed, he is. We've got the slip, point, cover, and mid-off on the offside. And that one played down to the man who's at a backward square leg. That's Daniel Smith under the helmet, and he does a good. He stops that ball.
Simmons coming around the wicket there to Dean Elgar, which is not a natural view, not a natural setup to the left-hander. But he is a thinking player. He knows what he's doing. He's not scared to try things, which I think is nice. The run that he's got in he's played the first 3 games for Western Province. He wouldn't have had that any time in his first class career. In fact, this is his first season as a fully fledged professional cricketer. He's always been in the semi-pro ranks, and he's too good to be a semi-pro. And he's getting the opportunity to show his value. And he's the leading spinner in the side, so he's got to try things. His captain will be looking to him for a lot of overs, and I like to see that. I like to see the youngsters coming through who are students of the game,
Absolutely.
who think about the game, don't just run in and bowl. There's a plan. They most of the teams now have video analysts. There's enough stats around and footage around to be able to go back and watch your and watch your bowling back, and he is that one. He is that type of player. It's fantastic to see the youngsters doing that.
And talking of youngsters, you called this one as well, David. We have Mhlali Mpongwana, who is returning to the attack from the Wynberg end. And so we've had the 3 quicks on now from the Wynberg end after lunch, and he's in to Mokoena. That's a good delivery to come back, but unfortunately overstepped slightly, and umpire Dennis Smith here at the Wynberg end calls the no balls. Mpongwana will have to bowl that one again. Only the second extra of the innings, and both those have been no balls, one from Bashir Walters and this one now. So very disciplined bowling performance in terms of the extras from Western Province. Total now is at 166 though, without the loss of a wicket. Can Mhlali Mpongwana change that as he's into Grant Mokoena? Mokoena, oh, that is an absolute beauty. One of the balls of the day there, as Mokoena drawn forward and just goes past the outside edge. Good delivery.
That was an excellent delivery, and that's what Mpongwana offers. He offers the opportunity for edges, and his line in length is what his captain needs from him now. That is key to this session now. If he can nick off a couple of the Titans batsmen, they might get a sniff.
They might.
And he's had a good start here so far. That's too short though. That's not a good delivery to back up that delivery, and that's pulled for 4 from Grant Mokoena. Too short from Mpongwana. He knows it. He is livid with himself.
As well, he should be a batsman in the 90s, possibly for the first time in first-class cricket for the last 3 years, looking to break his century drought, as it were. And that one is a gimme, and especially when you have a 6-3 offside field. So that field for Mpongwana is he has a slip, he has a gully, he has a man at point, a man at cover, a man at extra cover, a man at mid-off. So that's the 6 fielders on the offside, a man at a shortish mid-on, which is Yassine Valley, a man at mid-wicket, and man down at long leg. So it is certainly, the field is there for him to be bowling that short of a length ball outside the off stump, drawing the player forward, looking for that edge which he so nearly got early on in this over, but not for that short ball misdirected towards middle stump. Just was a hit me ball, unfortunately.
As a bowler, guys like Wayne Parnell, Buren Hendricks, there's often a plan for 2 or 3 overs, and that's what you get with experience, and that's why they're at the Proteas level, because they set guys up for 2 to 3 overs before they know what they're doing, and it's a process, especially in red ball cricket. And if you release the pressure after one good delivery, it's a waste.
Yeah.
So that comes with experience. Mhlali Mpongwana will get there. He has the potential. Grant Mokoena, he's scored 150 this season so far.
Yeah.
He's scored over 130 runs this season, but this will be his first century, and he's deserved a century today.
He has deserved a century today. He's saw off the new ball, and there's a little bit of movement around there, and he's on the cusp of something big. And that short wide one he picks out is that Gavin Kaplan. Just some outstanding fielding there again at point. That one he absolutely murdered it, didn't he? Into the cover field, but picked up really well in the covers, actually at point there by Gavin Kaplan. He has been fielding well. And that has been a feature today. I think we've mentioned before.
Kaplan has been excellent in the field. He's showing no signs of nerves. Obviously, he's a batsman, so he's not going to be getting the ball. But it's good that the nerves aren't showing in the field. Sometimes you can have 1 or 2 misfields, and that makes you even more nervous. But he's been excellent in the field. At point to be in your first game. That's tough scenes for a youngster, but he seems to be keen on it.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that's where the difference. I mean, everybody in the team, the role they have in the field is absolutely crucial to the success of the team, and it's something that certainly, even coming through the junior ranks, is worked on heavily by the coaches in those areas. Pongoana lost ball, who's over now. Mokoena cannot find any kind of gap, and that is picked up by the captain, Hamza, at that shortish extra cover region, and Mokoena stays on 97, not able to get through to his century in that over. It's a beautiful day here in Cape Town today, David. The ground is an absolute picture as well.
Yeah, it's been. We've had a couple of cold days leading up to this game. There was some heavy rain, uncharacteristic heavy rain yesterday. It's been hot for the last couple of weeks, but yesterday we had some heavy rain in Cape Town. Our groundsman Bram has done a fantastic job with our ground staff to get the field ready. In the first match against the Dolphins on the final day, it was basically washed out, barring a couple of overs. So we've had a bit of a cold start to the season in Cape Town, but traditionally over the last couple of years it has been like that. We've been playing Mzansi Super League games in this period normally, and I remember a couple of cold evenings. So it hasn't been that warm, and come the latter part of the season, February, March, that's when it seems to be hot.
Yeah.
To be hotter than this time of the year these days.
Which is it is very interesting, and thankful that in these parts that we're not in the drought conditions we had a number of years ago, as Elgar moves on to 72 with that single played down to mid-on, and that's Walters there. Mid-on was doing a bit of stretching. I think he was in the last over, just feeling that those 11 overs that he's bowled. Simmons into his 14th over, and Mokoena's one shot away from his century. He lets that arm ball go outside the off stump, and
it was closer than we think.
It was very close to that off stump. It's that round arm delivery again, coming on with the arm. But as you were saying, David, he's using all his tricks from his many overs that he's bowled in more the semi-professional game. Another good delivery from Kyle Simmons.
I think that's Captain Hamza at first slip. I wouldn't mind seeing him a little bit closer. We haven't seen too many balls carry so far, and Simmons relies on a bit of bounce with his action to get his wickets, especially if he's looking for the edge. I'm not too sure it's going to carry to first slip. If
he is quite deep, you're right. Yes, it may well not. Let's hope they don't regret something like that, as Mokoena once again is not going to get to those three figures. That one just pushed defensively to Daniel Smith, who's in at a short extra cover, and
just in terms of bonus points, I think it's important to talk about playing conditions, and I don't know if everyone knows about the playing conditions, the listeners. So,
yeah.
from a bowler's point of view, bonus points are only awarded in the first innings of a 4-day match. There's a bonus point for every 3, 5, 7 and 9 as a bowling team. You can get a maximum of 4 bonus points. From a batting team point of view, you'll get your first bonus point at 150 runs. So the Titans are already sitting on 1 point, and then for every 50 runs, basically, there's another bonus point. So the Titans, and you only get bonus points in the first 100 overs of the first inning. The Titans are in a strong position. They're not going to be thinking about bonus points right now. They're still over 50 overs in the, but you want to maximize it. If you're in this position now as the Titans, from the coach's point of view, we might, at the next drinks break, they'll look to push on. At this run rate, they're looking good for a big score. And if you can, and if you've got a lot of wickets in hand, you are going to go for it. You've got some positive players out there. Dean Elgar, Mokoena has been playing positively throughout. So you can, once you're in a position to really take advantage, if you get to the 80th over and you maybe 1 or 2 wickets down, and you've got a decent score, you can really look to push on from that. and you never know where those bonus points can come in handy come the end of the season.
Absolutely, and that's beautifully played by Dean Elgar. That is, and another no ball from Mpongwana. That was beautifully whipped off the middle and off stumps through the vacant mid-wicket region. Beautiful shot.
Yeah, you can't bowl there to Dean Elgar. He's going to take that any day of the week.
David, thank you very much for the insight. Really interesting around the bonus point system. It certainly does explain, for the listeners and the viewers on YouTube. So this broadcast coming to you with on SuperSport YouTube with CSA as the provider, and it's very interesting to hear about how those bonus points work as we get another one that is played into the leg side, and Kieran Kenny goes down and just manages to half stop that, stops the boundary, but doesn't stop them getting through for 2, and it's another no ball from Mpongwana. Captain, I think somebody should be coming across. Yes, I think Bashir was going to come across and chat to him, and they're going to change the line now to Dean Elgar. Instead of coming around the wicket, going to be going over the wicket to the left-handed Elgar, who is moving rapidly forward now. 78 he has, and as you're saying, David, the bonus point situation, Titans in a very good position to push on for a number of bonus points before 100 overs. That's much better.
Dean has the ability to punish a team. Once he's in, he doesn't give his wicket away very easily, and once he's in it for the long run, and he can really do damage. He doesn't like to score early low hundreds. He likes to go big. He'll be looking for a massive score here today, and then he can put his feet up for the rest of the match.
Yes, it's going to still be hard toil for the mainly young Western Province attack. That one is again beautifully played by Elgar, and you see from your visuals that he doesn't even move after playing that one. You might have heard the thud as it hit the advertising boards in front of us at a straight mid-on. And shoulders dropping a little bit there from Mihlali Mpongwana as he comes back to his mark. The 2 no balls in this over, meaning he's having to do a lot more extra work, and Dean Elgar has been punishing him so far. It's turning out to be quite expensive in this over. 3 balls still left. He's gone for 52, and this is 9th over, and Elgar into the 80s.
And this run rate is sneaking up to 4 runs and over. From a Western Province point of view, that's not good enough. Especially when you've won the toss. And you can understand that the captain's got a young bowling lineup, and it's not a bad idea to get the bowlers in early doors, settle the nerves a bit. But he would have been hoping for a couple of wickets early on. But these 2 batsmen have played really well. They've punished the bad balls. They've played the ball on merit.
And indeed, this over so far from Mpongwana has gone for 12 already, and that's certainly not what his captain would have been looking for when he made the change to bring him on to replace Kieran Kenny from the Weinberg end. Oh my goodness, that one is an unlucky boundary that he concedes, going across the left-hander, and the edge, a definite false stroke there from Elgar, and goes through the slip cordon. Only those 2 men in the slips, and down to the boundary for 4. Unlucky.
Very unlucky. Again, it didn't look like it carried as easily to that 3rd slip region. Again, it's gone through that gap, but there's a bit of energy now, and that will lift the guys a bit, lift the Western Province guys a bit. They got a little sniff there.
They did.
And some good bowling from Mpongwana. It hasn't been a good over, but that was an excellent delivery. Let's see what he does with the end of the over.
He's in again. He's got 1 more delivery, and this one is once again too short, and even though it is outside the off stump, it's dispatched to the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4, and Dean Elgar in that over has gone into the 90s, with the Titans now 191.20 off the over, which has proven to be very, very expensive for Western Province. And young man walking back to his mark now, or walking back to his fielding position now, is I'm sure feeling it at the moment. Puts his cap on, but yeah, thinking about what happened in that over. So let's hope that for Western Province that Carl Simmons, who continues from the Kelvin Grove end, can keep it tight in this over, with Grant McQueen still waiting to get to that 100. And to describe that, it's going to be Tim joining me here. Thanks, David. It's been really great to have you with us, and we look forward to chatting to you later. So Tim's coming to join me in the comments chair as Simmons, that instance, just that one into McQueen's pads. He just tickled it round the corner to Mpongwana. There was no run. A little bit of a shout there for this one, but outside the line one feels, and just a little bit of a shout.
Yes. I think the Western Province are desperate for a wicket.
They are, yeah.
Carl Simmons has bowled well, I must say. He's bowled well. He's done his end of the bargain.
He has, yeah. 14 overs, 14 and a half overs now, 0 for 34. By far the most economical of those bowlers that's bowled sort of more than 5 overs in the innings so far.
Nobody else has come to the party, which is the main problem for Western Province. Everybody else has been expensive.
Have indeed. This mixture of a lot of youth in the fast bowling ranks in this match for the 6-gun grill Western Province, with young Kieran Kenny making his debut, Mithlali Mpongwana, 20-year-old, not having as much experience in this. Another arm ball that goes through outside the off stump to Grant McQueen, and that is drinks after the first hour of play post lunch, and the Titans have moved on rapidly in that hour. Do you recall? I don't recall what the lunchtime score was actually.
I think it was 110.
Yes.
I think it was. I think that's.
So they've got in, they've put on at least 80 in the post lunch session, in batting at well over 4 runs and over, with the last over that went for 20, obviously pushing them very high into that. Both batters now in the 90s. So we'll take a 2-minute break, and we'll be back with you once the drinks period has ended.
Welcome back, everybody, after the drinks break. This one is played on the offside by Dean Algar. That's their run. Nikajima is the new bowler. This one is driven by Dean Algar, well feeded by Nikajima. Definitely stopped some runs there.
Looks like we're probably going to have all spin now from Western Province, Tim.
Yeah, I think they just desperately need to try and stop the runs. This one is driven beautifully by Dean Algar to the cover boundary for getting other 4. And that he moves on to 94, and the Titans move on to 195, 5 short of 200.
So is Dean going to get his 100 before Grant? At this rate, it looks like that's a possibility. Despite having been about 30 runs behind him at one stage, I think.
This one, Nikajima is a bit better, held it back slightly. Dean Algar hits into the short cover, and there's no run. Two short covers there for Nikajima. Nikajima coming this time. This one, Dean Algar loses his head a little bit and hits it to the deep and mid-on, goes through for a quick single. We're very fortunate here to be joined by Wayne Parnell at the commentary box. How's it, Wayne?
Hi, thank you very much for having me.
Only a pleasure, only a pleasure.
It's been quite an interesting morning, especially if you're a 6-gun pro Western Province supporter. Titans have batted really well, though Dean Algar obviously very experienced.
I think that's spot on. It's been a tough morning for Western Province, a tough day so far. This one is blocked on the offside by Mokoena, and there's no run. End of that over, it's 196 after 49 overs.
Firstly, Wayne, congratulations on your call-up again to the national team.
Yeah, thank you very much.
And you must be looking forward to that series against the Netherlands.
Yeah, I think it's obviously really pleasing to be back there again after being out of the system and out of the fold for a couple of seasons. From a personal point of view, I think it's really pleasing that the work that I've put in, having played overseas and playing in the various leagues, hasn't gone unnoticed. Obviously, for myself, I've never really been one to kind of look at playing for myself to get into a national team. It's about winning games of cricket.
This one is bowled down the leg side by Simmons, gone through to the keeper. Not a good ball, but Simmons gets away with it.
You say it's been has been a few years sort of in the national wilderness, but you've been playing a lot all around the world in that time.
Yeah, certainly trying to just better myself as a cricketer. Obviously, having a few seasons in England in county cricket definitely does give you an opportunity to play, obviously, in different conditions. Dean Algar is
one is too short once more.
He's
from
one away
Simmons.
now from his century, and the partnership goes to 200 of only 300 balls, and with 35 fours, and he's just overtaken Grant Mokoena now. So Dean Algar really punishing the bowling in the last number of overs. Took 20 off the last Mpongwana over, and has moved ahead of his batting partner, who's been on 97 for quite some time now, it seems. So Dean having a good warm-up ahead of the India series.
It's just been nice to watch, though, because I think they've complemented each other really well. And Dean's identified a little period here where he could up the scoring rate. And he's obviously caught up with Grant McQuena, who is generally a more aggressive batter. His career probably suggests that he's more of an aggressive batter than Dean Elgar. But I think, Dean's played a lot of Test cricket, and he's obviously identified a nice little period to capitalise and try and just probably put the foot down on the Western Province bowlers.
And the injury that you picked up, not an issue ahead of the series, just keeping you in cotton wool for a bit, not playing this game.
Oh, there he goes.
Lovely shot there from Dean Elgar, swept beautifully of Simmons onto get another 100 for Dean Elgar. That comes off 136 balls with 17 fours at a strike rate of 75. So he's been going at a good ticker, really just showing his class and filling his boots after missing the first couple of rounds of the 4-day series.
I think it's just that experience that he's shown, and it's been really nice to watch. I think obviously the first half an hour this morning was a little bit tricky, generally easy at Newlands, but that experience has just shown through where he's been able to up his strike rate and just play really well all around the ground. But just to come back to the point of my little niggle, I probably would have been fine to get through the game. But obviously with the ODI series next week, and also us only having 3 seamers available, obviously we're missing some guys to SAA as well.
Yes.
It was decided that it's probably better to not risk it, and do some work with our physio Shane Jabbar, and hopefully get me ready for next week.
That's great.
But I think I feel fine. I feel good. Been bowling well, been batting well in the nets, obviously in the games as well. So it's just about trying to continue that really. And obviously very disappointed to be missing out here, and being out there with the guys. But from what I can see, it's a little bit better probably being up here than being out there at the moment.
Well, the youngsters coming through for the team. I mean, Kieran Kenny making his debut. Looks like a great prospect, and a lot of work that you as a senior player now in the team can help him with.
No, certainly, and I think it's also credit to the coaching staff for bringing the sort of next group of players in to come and train with the so-called first team really. So I think credit must go to the coaching staff, and I think it is probably something that we have to identify, that if we want to do well throughout the season, it's not going to be 11 guys. It might not even be 15 guys. It might be 20 guys that will play at various stages in the season, and that's how we have to view this season really. That's the beauty of cricket, and I think that's the beauty of professional sport. People get injured, people get called up to national teams and A sides if they do well. But it's about also seeing what we have in the pipeline. That's very, very important as well.
And that is something that's well fielded there. One of the youngsters there, I mean, Mhlali Mpongwana, you would have been doing quite a bit of work with him, I'm sure, this season already. Young 20-year-old.
Very impressed by Mhlali actually. He's very mature for such a young guy in terms of he understands his cricket. Yes, he's inexperienced, and you will see that from time to time. But the one nice thing that I have noticed is that willingness to learn, the willingness to apply the advice that he's been given. And yes, sometimes it might help, and no, sometimes it might get it wrong. But I think ultimately, as a young player, the easiest way to learn is to be out there playing. And I think he bowled really well in Boland a couple of weeks ago against a very good batting lineup on a very flat wicket, and just showed that if you set out certain things for him, that he can actually execute that. And that's obviously massive for us to get these young guys to be playing regularly. I think often we are sometimes scared to give these youngsters opportunity, but it's just really encouraging to see them come in firstly and then obviously do well.
Just a little update of the score with everybody. Titans are 209 without loss after 51.2 overs. This is a new record for the first wicket for the Titans in first class cricket. The previous was 203 with Aidan Markram and Heiner Kuhn about 5 years ago.
So, Wayne, when are you now linking up with the national team? Are you going through next week, early next week, up into? Has he got his 100 now? No.
Leg by.
Leg by.
Oh, we're all waiting for that one. Grant McQueen will have to wait a little bit longer.
He will. He's waited 3 years for this. He's going to have to wait a couple more balls, maybe. So, the series starting on the 26th.
Yes, so it's the following Friday is the first game. We meet up on Monday.
Okay.
So we play Friday, Sunday, and Wednesday. So 2 at Centurion and the last one at the Wanderers.
Okay. Right.
I think we get some fans back actually, which is
Yes, that's
quite exciting.
That's going to be great. I'm sure you're going to get the maximum number of fans available there for the games.
I mean, we obviously would have loved to have a few fans in here at Newlands as well, but construction's still happening and
Yes.
probably not the safest place to be at the moment for fans. But hopefully we'll get fans in soon again. I mean, it's so weird playing cricket with no
Yes.
fans. I think that's obviously the beauty of sport and particularly cricket. You know, having fans there. And at such a beautiful venue as well. It's probably one of the most iconic cricket grounds in the world.
Yeah.
And hopefully we'll see fans back in again.
It is wonderful to have you here in the Western Cape and playing for Western Province. I know you played for a number of different teams as well within in South Africa as well, and you do come from my hometown. We went to the same school, funnily enough.
Oh, lovely.
But we won't go into that now. I had to put that in, you know. So both products of Grey High School in PE. Sorry, Kobeka, I mustn't get that wrong. As Grant McQueen goes to his first 100 in 3 years, his fourth first class at 100.
Points of 174 deliveries with 24s. So much more patient innings than you are expected from Grant in normal circumstances, but he played the situation and he played it very well. A really top class 100 there from Grant.
Yeah, congratulations to him, his second century at Six Gun Grill Newlands. His last 100, in fact, in franchise cricket, coming at this ground for the Knights in 2018.
Interestingly, he averages 40 on this ground. So, like Dean Algar, he likes to play on at Newlands.
And Wayne, you love to play at Newlands as well, I'm sure.
I do. This is such a great venue with a lot of history and you know, whether it be for South Africa or just franchise cricket, I think it's such a great venue to come and play. And I think most cricketers want to play and do well at this particular venue because the history of, you know, Newlands is rich, and every single player wants to come here and get 100 or, you know, get a fifer. And Grant has obviously shown that, you know, this is one of his venues where he actually loves batting.
Yeah. And it is such it seems a beautiful place to bat when it's a sunny day in the Cape and the wind is coming from the southeast. It's normally a good batting day.
Yes, certainly, and I think the nice thing if you're sitting in the Titans dressing room as a batter coming in next, obviously getting these, you know, younger bowlers into the second and the third spells, I think you can definitely come in and try and capitalise on this beautiful platform that's been laid by Dean Algar and, you know, Grant McQueen.
A little bit earlier, and come through a lot of hard work and getting back into the system. The T20 series that's just been played now. How did you enjoy that?
Yeah, I think it was such a such a nice time to really be, back here. A new group of players from, when I last played for Cape Cobras, and I really enjoyed the role of being captain as well. That was obviously something that I have done previously at under 19 level, but to do it at the provincial level is something that I'll obviously cherish, and something I really enjoyed as well. And it's about passing on knowledge and helping one or two of the younger guys grow really. And I think that's my role, and I see myself as that guy that can help one or two of these guys and try and make them understand what it takes to play international cricket, the mindset that goes into it. I mean, just watching these guys bat out here, Dean Alga and Grant McQuena. Obviously, Dean Alga, the test captain for the Proteas, just showing his class. Grant McQuena been playing first-class cricket for over 10 years now as well, and it's for these young guys to see how these senior guys go about their business, and how they are hungry to not get 30s and 60s, but get hundreds and try and get big hundreds, and try and set the team up to win. And I think that's the mindset you have to have.
Good. And the change from playing a lot of T20 cricket now and getting back into the first class game. This is the third game of a 7-match season for the first class team. What would you say to the youngsters when that changeover happens? I mean, now being in the dressing room with them, what's your advice to them?
So it's firstly a mindset shift. Obviously, the way that the T20 format is played versus the first class format is completely different.
Yeah, it went down to boundary for 4. Score really moving along quite quickly, scoring rate up to over 4.1, now 221 without loss.
So it's about trying to understand how the game works and the different surfaces that you play on. Obviously, the Newland surface is probably a faster scoring surface than the one we had in Paarl, where if you bowled straight, you could restrict guys. The game rate was at 2s. Here, the game rate is at 4, which as a captain, if you're fielding, Zubair Hamza's probably pulling out 1 or 2 of his hairs, trying to claw that back a little bit, or trying to pick up a couple of wickets. But then you have to ask the question, how do you go about getting wickets then? Because they are scoring freely, and we're not really creating chances. So, you have to kind of think out of the box really.
Talked about those lessons that you learned from playing overseas. We've just seen, for example, Fian Mulder just signed for Leicestershire. So talk to us about the importance of playing in the Blast, for example, and what that gave you.
So I would say the biggest challenge for any player going overseas, I think firstly you want to do well. You obviously want to compete. But I think the nice thing is that the way that cricket is played in the UK is completely different to cricket in South Africa. So if I look at the Vitality Blast, which is the T20 competition in the UK, versus how cricket is played in South Africa, every single team plays the same brand of cricket. In South Africa, our coastal teams play a slightly different brand of cricket to the teams inland or up in the high veld. And if you look at career strike rates and averages, and even bowlers when they bowl, economy rates and just average scores, it's completely different from the coast to the high veld. So that's the biggest difference. And when you get to county cricket, sometimes it could be on a used wicket because we've just finished the championship game, or it could be a fresh wicket. And generally, the guys are very aggressive across the teams, and you can't really say which team is a strong team in T20 cricket, whereas in the 4-day cricket, in first class cricket, you can certainly see which teams are better. And I think that's the kind of level that we have to get to in South Africa as well, where every team in white ball cricket is on par. Yes, in red ball cricket, the longer, and even in test cricket, you look at the bigger nations generally do well because the game is a much longer version of, with T20, 50 over, and then obviously first class or test cricket. And the better players over a longer period of time show why they are better players. So I think it's a mindset shift, and I think it will only, Vian Mulder, I feel like there'll definitely be 1 or 2 other South African guys that will end up signing next season as well. in the county setup, and I think it's going to be great for them personally, and hopefully they can bring those lessons back in that they've learned back into the South African system.
Indeed. I still haven't recovered from the 2018 final against Essex.
I was actually speaking to Simon Harmer upstairs there. That day was a roller coaster of emotions. Obviously, the semi-final, finals day. So we played the semi-final in the morning against Notts. I think I defended 6 or 7 of the last over, managed to win the game. So that was a great high. And then going to the final, and then it came down to the last over again. Obviously, I bowled the last over, and then we ended up losing it. But I think it's just a great experience, and obviously being there the season before that as well and winning it with Worcestershire, to be able to get to the final twice in such a competitive league or tournament was obviously really special. But this guy that's just come out to bowl here, Yves Kamanzi, he's special. I've been very impressed by him. Actually, it's obviously the first time that I've met him this season, and he's a very, very smart cricketer. And bowls beautiful, left arm orthodox, but he's a very handy batter, and hopefully we'll see that later on in the match.
Let's hope so. Certainly, there's going to be a lot of batting to do in this match. One feels that the Western Province are going to be able to claw something back from this. Titans very much looking like they're going to build a very big score here, Wayne.
I mean,
they are on double Nelson, so hopefully that'll give a...
Everybody's got their feet flat on the floor
yes.
in the Western Province dressing room at the moment. Yeah.
Well, I mean, if they carry on batting like this, they'll be looking to score 1,000 runs here. And as a Western Province player, I'll be hoping that my teammates don't spend too much time out there.
Yeah.
But this is just the nature of this competition. I think again, a quality team, 2 quality batters, showing the experience, feeding off each other. Mokoena probably being the aggressor early on in his innings. Dean Alger's picked it up a little bit. So I think that they really complement each other, not just the left-right, but also the way that one is more aggressive at certain times, and that's a really good partnership. That
it is. I mean, one feels that Grant must be really relishing the chance to bat with Dean Elgar. I mean, he would have been with him for some time as well. One feel. I mean, Dean was at the Knights for a while. But not perhaps maybe not at the same time. But great opportunity if you are looking to break a century duck, to be with somebody like Dean out there in the middle. I mean, what's it like playing with somebody like? I know you're more experienced now. When you're in the younger part of your career, or even if you are like Grant, who's been around for a long time, just to have that experience with you.
I think the experienced guy just calms you down. I think you feel more comfortable being there with someone that firstly knows what they're doing, how they go about their business, but they can also assist you in calming you down, in giving you clear thoughts, because when you're out there's a lot of different things going through your mind, and the most important thing is about watching the ball when you're batting. And I think sometimes when you feel a bit flustered or you haven't scored a couple of runs, it's about staying calm, staying in the moment, trusting your processes. And I think that would be the greatest advice that, or the greatest thing that Dean can help Grant with, is making him. And I've seen Grant play a lot of good innings where he gets 60 or 70 and then gets out. And I think maybe that's the experience of having Dean there, just to guide him through those difficult patches. And it's okay to play a few dots, knock a couple of singles, because Grant, having come from the high felt, is generally a faster scoring batter.
Yeah.
Guys in the high felt like scoring boundaries, and maybe at the coast you might have to adapt your game a little bit.
The Titans are still on double Nelson, just in case anyone was wondering. 2-2-2 without loss after 56.
Wayne, it's been really interesting hearing you talking about the youngsters coming through and working with them, and how excited you are about that, and one sees that as being a huge strength particularly here in the Western Province. David was talking about that quite a lot earlier. Strong club set up, a lot of youngsters coming through the development program. 3 youngsters now selected for the World Cup, under 19 World Cup in the West Indies. And you've been there yourself a number of years ago. Just that experience in the dressing room, how does that help you as a young player?
It's massive. I think the first thing is that you have people to look up to, and that is the path to get to the next level. So for those under 19 guys to be able to come and train with the Western Province first team and see where the kind of next step is massive. Playing on a world stage, at the under 19 World Cup, testing yourself against the best players in your age group from around the world, seeing where you are in your own game, and then obviously after that coming back into the different systems, different provinces, and trying to stake a claim for a spot. And it's nice that you can learn from a couple of senior players, and that's only going to be good for our cricket. And I think that's the mindset that we need to have. I think I honestly feel that we've maybe had more of a, if I look after myself, then I'll be fine type of mindset. But if we want the Proteas to be good in the next couple of years and be able to challenge for ICC trophies, that's the mindset that we need to have, is that we need to get people to play at a certain standard.
It's again beautifully played, and we're watching a bit of a masterclass here in batting now from Dean Elgar, who I have been reminded by one of our guys who's sending me a couple of WhatsApps here, was you were with him he was with you in the under 19
It's
team,
fun.
and Grant as well.
I was just going to say that actually. So Dean was my captain in 2006, and Grant McQuena was there as well in Sri Lanka.
Okay.
So I mean, that was in 2006, and I think 1 or 2 years after that, I think both of them made their first class debut. So they've played a lot of first class cricket between them. Dean's obviously gone on to play for South Africa. He's captain of the Test team, as we mentioned earlier, and I just have a feeling that they're going to try and look to up the run rate here, and try and just take this partnership to the next level. They've already built a beautiful platform. If you are batting at number 3, I think firstly you'll have some pad rash.
Yeah.
Having sat there for better part of half of the day.
Yeah. Nearly 4 hours of cricket gone by already. You've been sitting there. Yeah.
But I think also from a game situation, you have to look at these guys are doing something really good for the team, and it's up to the next guys to try and capitalize on that. But you can also lose 2 or 3 quick wickets, and then the game changes again. And I think that's the beauty of first class cricket, that it's a nice ebb and flow of emotions, and I think that's where the experience, especially with these 2 guys batting out here, they'll be trying to extend that partnership, and we always talk about extending that partnership, and they will be certainly looking to do that, and potentially try and up the run rate as well.
Great. Well, it's been. I know you really appreciate your time, Wayne, and David just I think just sort of tapped me on the shoulder. I don't know, but it's just been fantastic talking to you and hearing your insights, and we really look forward to seeing you in action for the Proteas, and maybe get a chance to chat to you again at some stage during the 4 days, if and when you're available. Thank you so much for coming to speak to us. It's been fantastic, your insights and chatting to you, and really all the best for that series. And we hope that you are going to be able to add to those number of wickets as our leading South African left arm fast bowler and over the next couple of matches. And really all the best. Thank you so much for your time.
Perfect. Thank you very much for having me, and hopefully when I leave here, a few wickets will fall as well.
So we hope for a hat trick for you.
Perfect. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you so much.
So the Titans find themselves 229 without loss. McQuena's on 109. and Algar 116.
So it has been a masterclass and is still a masterclass in batting from the Titans openers as Kyle Simmons continues with his spell, which has been unbroken for, I think, virtually the entire period between lunch and tea, if I'm right
I think
about that.
you are
Yeah.
spot on. I was saying to David earlier that I think that he's going to be bowling from that end for the
Yeah.
majority of the day, if not the entire day.
It looks like it. He's into his 20th over now, and has been probably the most economical of the bowlers so far, 0 for 52, as he comes to the end of his 20th over. And once again, it was an absolute privilege to have Wayne Parnell here with us in the commentary box for this broadcast that is being broadcast by Supersport on the YouTube channel and brought to you by Cricket South Africa. And it's really great to be here with Tim here at the beautiful Newlands ground today, and to be able to share this match with you. And we just want to thank David Brook as well from the from Western Province, from Six Gun Grill Western Province, for his support, for Western Province support to get this broadcast going, and from the team at Pitch Vision, who are bringing the visuals here today from the ground. And it is it Kamanzi that's bowling still, and that is potentially going to be a wicket. Daniel Smith is underneath it, and yes, he takes the catch, and Wayne Parnell's wish has come true. Is it? Yes.
231 for one for Titans. Dean Algar is dismissed for 117. Really quality innings there from Dean Algar. Didn't make a mistake pretty much all day until that delivery. His innings comes off 159 balls and has 18 fours. Strike rate of 73.
And a maiden first-class wicket for Yves Kamandi, and that is really amazing for him to get the Proteas captain for Yves Kamanzi, his first-class wicket, caught by a debutant today, Daniel Smith, on the mid-wicket boundary, as the Titans, as Tim mentioned earlier, these two batters have broken the record wicket partnership for the opening.
For Titans.
For the Titans, yes, for the Titans in their era as the Titans.
It includes the franchise cricket.
Includes the franchise cricket series, yes.
Yeah. Seeing as this is the first year of our new structure of
yes.
our provincial first-class cricket.
So,
Neil Brunt is the new batsman. He's played 34 matches, scored 1,818 runs, an average just shy of 40. He's got 400s and 1250s.
So it is now Six Gun Grill Western Province will be hoping that this wicket, which has come through not long before the tea interval, 25 minutes to tea, yes, 25 minutes before the tea interval, it brings to an end the period of play where the Titans had complete dominance over the Western Province attack. And the young man, Yves Kamanzi, who Wayne Parnell was glowing in his praise for in terms of the future that he believes he has taken the first wicket. And the left arm orthodox spinner will now be into another right-hander, into Grant McQuena, as the two batters crossed while that ball was in the air. I'm sure Daniel Smith on the mid-wicket boundary, Tim, his knees might have been knocking as that ball was in the air. his first catch in first class cricket.
He didn't have to move. He literally did not have to move.
Yeah, Andre. You right? Sure. Okay. Cool.
How's it, guys?
I said,
Great. So
Thanks.
really great to have Nandre Berger joining us in the commentary box as we go into the tea period. And Nandre, how you doing? How's the injury situation?
Yeah, I'm excited to do some comms, at least feel part of the game, you know.
That's good.
Just got some bad news, got a stretch fracture.
Oh, no.
So yeah, I'm out for a couple of months.
Oh.
But like I say, excited to be on comms and hopefully bring some wickets for the province boys, eh?
Let's hope so. I think just the mere fact that your presence was going to be here on commentary must have brought that wicket.
I definitely can't disagree with you there at all. Eh?
So, yeah, that isn't good news in terms of that. And where is the stress fracture?
So it's in my back, obviously the
Okay.
L5.
Ouch.
So yeah, it's basically a couple of weeks rest, not allowed to do anything. It's difficult for someone like me that hates sitting still for 2 minutes, but you got to do what you got to do.
And recovery, what you've been already, I'm sure, who you'd be working with, Shane Jabbar and the team here?
Yeah, definitely with Shane and the team here. But like I say, it's first a couple, I think it's about 4 to 6 weeks of just rest, and then they said about 8 to 12 weeks of rehab work. So it's still a long way to go before I might see a red or white ball again.
That is very unfortunate. We're great to have you here on commentary, and hope you can join us for quite a bit of this match. And
Definitely try
as we
my
go
best.
through that, it'll be wonderful. And so, just in terms of the match situation, really tough for the guys out there today. I'm sure you would have loved to be out there.
Yeah, I think it's a good wicket for us now. Got to try just keep the squeeze on. Obviously, the Titans got off to a pretty good start. Obviously, being 230 before losing their first wicket, but by no means out of it. It could just be a pretty good. Looks like a slowish play one Newlands wicket. Obviously, a good bit of bounce in it, as you can see, but it's just about putting the squeeze on, trying to bowl. I think a lot better areas than we have bowled, being a bit short, trying to get the ball a bit fuller, and hopefully getting a couple of wickets and put some pressure on them at least.
And I mean, working with the young, I mean, not that you're not a youngster yourself, but you've been about a little bit longer than most, than a lot of the guys here.
Academy guys.
Yes, with the
Rookie
academy
with experience.
Yeah. That's a good way of describing it.
Rookie with experience. Yeah, I think there's some very exciting talent coming from the Colts guys. Obviously, we have the opportunity, or they have the opportunity to train with us, and obviously ask us questions and try tap into our brains a bit. But I must say, there's a lot of guys there that are willing to work hard, willing to put in the yards. As you can see, I think Kenny bowled pretty well in his first spell. I was watching on YouTube, actually listening to you guys.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, I think if you see someone like that come through, someone that I would say is pretty unknown just around the scene in general, even the Cold scene, to see someone bowl with good control, good areas, things like that, it's very nice to see. So yeah, I think someone that's definitely got a lot to learn. Definitely try to bowl a few yards quicker will help him a lot. I just think that zip off the wicket, things like that. But I just think, like you see in general, there's a pretty inexperienced bowling attack apart from Bash.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you can see they're struggling out there with their inexperience, struggling to find the right lengths on a day one Newlands wicket, things like that, have to adjust, all that sort of stuff. But that's all part of learning, and before you know it, they get it right, and no, we ball the Titans out for 300.
Positive vibes. I like it. I like positive vibes.
Got to bring the positivity
You
somehow.
have to bring the positivity. and now your time here now in Western Province, I mean, you're enjoying being with the team. What's the vibe like?
Yeah, I've loved every minute I've been in Cape Town. I think starting out, obviously the team's changed quite a bit from our very first season.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, at the moment the team culture is fantastic. I think everyone likes playing for one another. There's a very good communication between the guys, what we need to get done. Guys willing to put the hard yards in, for each other as well, which is I think something very important in a team, and especially I would say like we've just built a pretty good like young base of our squad, so now just trying to put the finishing touches on it in a sense, and then before you know it, we're winning all the trophies.
Yeah, I mean that's it, isn't it? It's part of there's a young squad. You're building the squad.
Yeah.
I mean, players like yourself at the sort of beginning, almost the sort of beginning of your career, in essence, really. I liked your description earlier on about rookie with experience, but I mean, it's important. There is a very good youth setup here in the Western Province, and the guys coming through certainly have got a lot of people that they can look up to. And work with, and you're saying the dressing room is a good vibe.
Yeah.
You can see it on the field. There's a really, even though the guys were struggling earlier on, from a fielding point of view, it's looking really sharp out there.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that obviously a young team brings lots of energy, and like you say, you can see it in the field. I mean, you can see just how happy everyone was taking wicket when you 230 without loss. Like that's a lot of like youthful exuberance, if I can put it that way. That's the type of energy you need in a moment like this when the other teams had the upper hand and you need to try to claw the game back. I mean, obviously being injured for the past few weeks, I've had the opportunity to go watch some club cricket and things like that, and there's very good talent out there. Obviously being able to watch some of the cold guys bowling games and things like that, so I must say it's some good talents out there, and obviously we've tried to get them in, trying to work with them, things like that, and I mean it's going to be crucial now with a couple of guys out, guys going to the Proteas and CSA, and I think our squad depth, or not even our squad depth, but our union depth or the Cape Town depth will be tested like quite seriously in the next few weeks or months, just to see what actually we have. And I mean, you can tell Zubi's the type of captain that gets frustrated very quickly, so I mean, as a young guy, I'd be quite intimidated to come straight into to one of his squads. But yeah, I mean, excited to see what the next few weeks can bring for us.
And I'm sure from the squad point of view, very excited for the guys that have now been called up back into the national team, Wayne and Zubair going, you know, to play again for the national team, and then George and Buren obviously with a lot of experience. George now has been in the fold from a Proteas point of view for now a couple of seasons, or at least the last couple of seasons. Carl is also bringing that experience as well, and now that, I mean, they're all going off to play in those respective areas. How important is you were saying, being around the team and the role of the sort of more seasoned professionals?
Yeah, just before onto that, as you can see, Bash obviously coming back, which is a big moment for us in the game, like the most experienced bowler, with the new batter, and hopefully get the breakthrough as well. Obviously, it's a big moment here for him to just at least build some good pressure on the new batter, and obviously Grant that's in. So yeah, big moment, like big I'd say next 10 overs in the game, but yeah, I mean, I'm ecstatic for everyone that's been selected. Happy Zubi's like form over the last year and a half has been rewarded. I mean, he went through a very tough season 2 seasons ago. You could see how much like pain he had in him not scoring runs, and I mean, you can see now every time he scores runs, he's just like happy to be out there, not even happy to be scoring runs. You just see the passion he has for actually just batting and playing the game of cricket. So I'm so happy that he's back. Like his hard work and just sheer determination being rewarded, and obviously Pani coming back in and back into the mix. I mean, he's been fantastic for the team. The experience he's brought, the value on and off the field, just the way he's performed, the way he carried himself in the T20 comp, obviously leading the team, the calmness and just all that things he brings to the team is just wonderful. So really happy for him, and then obviously Carl's going as well, and I think I'm hoping to see Carl like bring some of the form he has over the past 2 years to the Proteas, winning us games at a national level like he's done for Western Province, and like putting those consistent performances like he has over the last 2 years just at the top level. I think he's found his feet. He's comfortable like being up there now. So it's just about putting in those performances for him.
No, thank you. That's great. I mean, it's really good to hear that. Just in terms of the team, sort of, where they are, and as you say, it's now with here on the field with the change of ball and Basher coming in for his first spell actually from the Kelvin Grove end. Hopefully that will also bring a bit of a change. I mean, which end do you prefer here at Newlands?
I prefer the Kelvin Grove myself.
Okay.
I think it's always a bit of a, as a left arm, I think it's kind of like we've dubbed it the left armer's end. I think if there's ever been a bit of swing or something around for a left arm, it's always been from the Kelvin Grove end. Ashley actually used to tell me if I'm not bowling from the Kelvin Grove end, I'm bowling from the wrong end. So it's kind of forced to bowl from that end, But I'm definitely a massive fan of the Kelvin Grove end. I also feel like it doesn't look like you're ever running uphill, but I always feel like you run a bit uphill, and I kind of prefer running uphill into the wind a bit. I'm not a fan of feel like you're getting to the crease quickly. I almost want to say I like fighting my way to the crease. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, does it? So if you're bowling to a left-hander from the Kelvin Grove end, sort of technically now you're bowling there. I mean, you potentially, the wind is giving you a little bit of help potentially with a bit of it with it moving away from the left-hander.
Essentially, obviously the wind normally actually blows from the mountainside, so it always blows against your swing. But I mean, I've always believed that the wind doesn't allow the ball to swing, and it's obviously the way you bowl it.
Yes.
But I always believe that the Kelvin Grove end has a bit more bounce, so you always feel like you're in with a chance against any batter. So especially a left-hander, as a left-arm bowler, I feel like if you just get the ball to more straighten and not even nip away or swing away, you're actually in with a very big chance to get the edge, especially from the Kelvin Grove. I feel like a lot of left-handed batters get caught behind from the Kelvin Grove end because of that bit of bounce, either right-handed just going across them, or left-handed being able to just straighten the ball to them. I feel like it's a massive vote of dismissal.
Well, that's interesting, because I would have, one imagines as a layperson, which pretty much I am, is that you would have, with the southeaster coming through, you might have, but of course the grandstand here probably cuts a lot of that off.
Yeah.
The wind is channeled through from the railway side. 100%.
I would feel like you only really feel that when it comes from the mountainside, you don't. I always see, Pat always used to say to me, when you smell the brewery, that's when you know it's going to swing, because that's almost the swing wind, as you would call it.
Okay.
Not being a fan of the brewery smell, so, I mean, kind of want to block my nose when I run into bowl, but I mean, as it does, and I mean, over the past few years, I can agree with him now, and it took me a while to believe him, but it really does actually swing and do something when you can smell it. And I mean, it looks like they might not be smelling it today, but
no, I don't think they are smelling it too much today. But I mean, having said that, I mean, you have and there's three left armers, left arm steamers in the squad, but none of them are playing today.
Yeah, obviously Buren with SAA, Parney's got a slight little niggle there, and then obviously myself out. But I mean, I think in the T20 comp was the first time all three of us played together and stuff, and I'd like to think we actually did quite well together. We obviously all three left arm seamers, but I want to say our mindset or approach to bowling is a bit different. So we all bring something a bit different. Obviously Buren bowling a heavy ball, Parney being a bit more skinny, and me almost being in between the two. So as much as we are all three left arm bowlers, we all bowl three different left arm bowlers and not the same left arm bowlers. So I think individually we provide our own challenges to batters. So it's good to have essentially two left arm bowlers bowling at the same time to a batter, asking different questions but bowling from the same angle in a sense.
There definitely was no sameness about you guys in the T20 competition. It's only now that you've mentioned the fact that you were all left armers, but you all had different goals, different targets, different plans,
different fields, all that sort of stuff. I mean, like I said, we're all left arm bowlers, but obviously your plan doesn't want to differ too much in T20 cricket, but we all bowl in three different left armers, and I think it actually contributed to the team bowling quite well
Yeah.
in the T20 comp.
But I think that's a very interesting point for the viewers and listeners. Is that I mean a lot of people say, you know, when you have like an attack that is particularly sort of one type of bowler. You're saying even if it's three right arm seamers or three left arm seamers, it's one type of bowling. But as you say, it's not necessarily like that. I mean, if you do have three bowlers that are similar, even if there's a left armer and two right arm bowlers, it might be very much that they're all bowling in a similar way, but you do have that ability to vary it up based on your different strengths.
100%. I mean, the classic example you can go to is the Proteas when they had Dale Steyn, Warne Morkel and Vern. I mean, all three right-arm bowlers, but all three of them bowl different, you know.
Yes.
Where Vern would just challenge the stumps, trying to nip the ball. Dale shaped the ball away, bit of extra pace, and Warne just bounce and pace. And I mean, if you ever want an example of what I'm trying to talk about, that's a pretty good example, I would think.
That's excellent. I mean, it's really great insight. Thanks, Andre, for that.
Anytime, guys.
No, it's you know, it's safe for and it's some interesting cricket out there. One of the things that Wayne, I thought that Wayne said that was really interesting was that as a youngster, if you're in a situation like this where the opposition are 230 or got 200 without loss, that you should be looking at it as like a learning opportunity and picking up on what those guys are doing out in the middle. I mean, whether you're a bowler predominantly or a batter, I mean, particularly for a batter, that can be a big learning opportunity rather than seeing it as you're out here and you're 230 behind.
No, 100%. I mean, I'll speak more of a bowling point of view because, I mean, obviously I'm a bowler, but I mean, you would think to yourself, okay, how do we get into this situation? Next time we see a wicket like this or batters like this, there's a different way to approach it maybe, or if you get to 120 without loss, what did we do badly to let the game really get away from us? How can we drag it back this time? Things like that. So I mean, it's a big learning curve, and I think to get it in your first game is obviously not nice, but it's also not the worst feeling in the world. And I mean, if there's a lot of young batters making their debut for us, so maybe they can be sitting there thinking, okay, well, it seems like a good wicket, not a bad one to make my debut on. It's their way of maybe settling into franchise cricket and just having a good start to their careers. I mean, I'm quite excited to see how our young batters go.
Yes.
I mean, Dan Smith, like to call him the next Andrew Patik, very similar, like skinny personalities, bat very similar. And then obviously Gavin Kaplan did really well for us in warm-up games for our T20 comp. He scored 200s actually in our T20 warm-up game. So excited to see him go. I mean, he's the captain of, I think, Western Province Cricket Club. He's done really well for them for a few years, and he looks like a pretty good, like a well-rounded player. I'm really excited to see how they go along.
And I think the chance to have your debut in this type in 4-day cricket in a situation like this where you do have a lot of the players that are the senior players going into play for some of the national teams. This competition is a good place to make your debut.
Yeah, I think it's a good competition. I just think it's not a great situation.
No, the situation isn't great, but the competition is good.
Yeah, I think you'll be really happy to replace someone going up to the national team because it'd be like, well, clearly something good's happening in the system that they're picking players from here to present the national team.
Yeah.
So if there's a system you'd want to be in, it's one where they're picking players for the national team. So I mean, there's obviously, I want to say there's something in the air, or the coaches are like the way the team's moving and where the team's going is in the right direction. So why would you not want to be in a team like that?
Absolutely. I mean,
So far there aren't any gremlins on this pitch.
No.
So if I'm a young Daniel Smith, I'm actually looking forward to batting. Whenever that happens.
Whenever, hopefully soon, if you him. Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen much spin. Doesn't really spin on day one at Newlands regardless. But I mean, I think the wicket does look green, but I think it's like pretty dry. Looks like a bit of dry grass. So that's obviously why we haven't seen the ball really nip around and things like that. There's been the odd one that's bounced a bit, but I wouldn't say, apart from the first 10 overs or so, the ball did a bit.
did.
But I mean, I thought again the bowlers were obviously a touch short, which means it was quite easy for the Titans batters maybe just to leave and get themselves in, get like adapted to conditions, and then I thought they played pretty well, scoring very quickly. I mean, I don't think I've ever played a game at Newlands where the run rate's been above 3.5 consistently. So they scored quite quickly, and I think it shows the inexperience in the bowling attack as well. So again, I mean, it's a big learning thing for the bowlers to realise and try to drag the run rate back in their second spells, and obviously a lot of nerves going around, which is kind of understandable.
Yeah.
So
what is that like? I mean, making your sort of first class debut.
Yeah, I mean, I was pretty nervous myself. I'd actually just played a 3-day game for Gauteng. I was still playing for Gauteng back then. On our way home, I got called by Jeff to be like, cool, we actually want you to stay in Bloem because you must get to Kimberley because the Lions are playing the Knights, and we want you to make your debut because Bjorn got called up to the national team.
Right.
And I was like, okay, cool. I mean, I just played a 3-day and 4-day game, so I'm a bit tired, but no stress, I'll be there. And my first ball was actually to David Miller.
Okay.
So I was like standing at some mark, I was like, whatever you do, just don't bowl a half volley because he's probably going to hit you over your head for 6. So, I mean, it is what it is. But I mean, after, I think having a good captain in Cookie and a pretty experienced team around me, as you know, the Lions team is pretty experienced. Actually helped me a lot, and obviously being able to train with them and things like that week in, week out, just helped me like adapt and not actually feel too nervous to actually play or too much pressure to just do well, but actually just go out there and enjoy the moment. I wouldn't say I was like too pressurized because I'd at least been around them and like played against a few of the guys, knew a few of the guys that we were playing against, things like that. So I didn't feel too nervous actually playing the game. Like I say, I could just go out and kind of enjoy myself and just take in the moment.
Yeah, that was. Did you get a hand on that one?
I think it might have been a bump ball.
Yeah, it might have been.
A bump ball, but then there was a run-out opportunity. I mean, as you can see, Mo Valley, an electric little wire in the field.
He is, isn't he? He's been so amazing today.
So
he's saved a lot of runs, and I've just been really impressed by the fielding and the energy around the team.
100%. I mean, again, it's a youthful team. I mean, I wouldn't say Mo's anything youthful, but he's certainly a guy with a lot of energy, very quick across the outfield. And as you can see, they almost created a run-out opportunity from nothing, which again would have been massive for the team in a situation like this.
So now heading into tea time, with probably 1 over left before tea. What would you be thinking of doing now?
Yeah, well, I mean, as the bowling side, I guess you almost just want. I would say, like personally, you almost want to just get off the field. You know, be like, cool, we got a wicket that session. I think. Brought the run rate back a little bit, but again, the Titans are going at a quick run rate. So you'll still have a new batter in. Things like that after the break, it gives you a chance maybe just to replan and like come up with a nice little strategy and a plan as a team. It looks like our viewer is actually going to bowl the over before tea. So maybe just a little change up here. Maybe one batch to come from the Weinberg end after tea as well. Things like that. But I think
try a bit of magic. Have a bit of a magic arm.
There we go. Golden arm Makajima.
Do a bit of a Dinesh Karunaratne like he did to. He did to Faf in the Test match in PE,
100%.
which was in Abeka now. I've got to get that right.
GQ.
GQ, yeah.
There we go. So I mean, I would say it gives you a chance just to like refresh yourself. Obviously, it's quite tough being out there when a team scores quickly, and it does take a lot of your energy out of you. And I mean, it's definitely not easy. So. I would say you get off the field, almost like try switch off for 10-15 minutes, and then just before you go back on, try switch on and remember the plan and go out there and try your best to execute.
So now what would you, I mean, when you go back into the dressing room now, I mean, did you say you're re-strategizing, looking at it again, what would the guys be saying to each other?
Well, I think the first thing is trying to create some pressure. So trying to get the run rate from say 3.9, you try to get it to 3.5, 3.4, just to create some pressure so it feels like their scoring rate slowing down a lot. And I think the first way to try to get wickets in a situation like this is by creating pressure, because the Titans haven't taken much time out the game. They scored quite quickly, so they're quite well ahead of the game time-wise. So the only real way to force them to make another play or like play a rash shot, I would say, is by creating as much pressure as possible. So whether that's by stopping them from scoring completely, trying to go to a wide plan, you go straight and set a straight field. But the first thing you have to try to do is, I would say, try to get the run rate to about 3.4, 3.3, just to create a little bit of pressure.
And so, yeah, a bit of mixing up happening there from Abu.
Yeah.
That was a bit of a faster one, and but Eves have been bowling well. Kamanzi, he's bowled well from the Weinberg end. I mean,
100%. I think Eves has settled into the team fantastically. He's a guy that's very hungry to do well, very hungry to play, always wanting to learn. And I mean, I think he's got fantastic shape on the ball as a left arm seamer. I mean, left arm spinner. Just another left armer in our bowling attack.
Yeah, just another one. I mean,
I think Avi and Bash are the only ones that aren't left arm bowlers in our bowling attack.
You've got what? Yeah, you
still have Simo and George.
That's right. So you've got what, 6 or 7?
Yeah.
So that's right.
They're actually the ones that stand out.
Yeah.
But I think he's got fantastic shape, good control. I think Parney and I were actually chatting about it this morning, just saying like just gain a bit of experience, and I think he'll be a fantastic bowler. And there we go. That's the session, eh?
It is. Yeah, it's been fantastic chatting to you,
Awesome,
Andre.
guys.
We're gonna take a bit of a break, and now for the next 20 minutes or so, and we're looking forward to having you back with us on commentary over the next few days, and wishing you all the best for your recovery.
Awesome.
That's just starting, but yeah, it'll be good. We'll chat to you again.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. I really
so
appreciate
much.
it, and I enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you very much. You too. Thanks so much.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
Have a good
Cheers.
one.
That's the Titans 244 for 1 at the tea break after 64 overs.
We'll be
We'll
back
catch
with
you after the tea break. welcome back everybody. This is the post-tea session. Titans are 244 for 1 on 64 overs. Grant McWenner is 114 not out. Leon Brunt is on 7. Western Province will be desperate to finish the day well, get some wickets in this final session. Writing's on the wall that they would hope that they can get a few wickets just to change the complexion of the day that has so far been dominated by the Titans. What are your thoughts, David?
Yeah, welcome back everyone for the post-tea session at Six Gun Grill Newlands. The batsmen are walking out, and I think it's going to be key that Zubair Hamza gets his bowlers to really keep the run rate down in the first hour after tea. Obviously, the score from the Titans' point of view is pretty good so far. You can say that 16 overs till the new ball, which might have a say. It might, they'll be hoping for a few wickets in this first 16 overs, so it'll be just over an hour before the new ball is due. It's quite a long session. The game the day's play will probably end at about 6 o'clock. How many overs are left in the day? There's 40 overs left in the day, so it's probably 2.5 hours left. So at 6 o'clock, somewhere before then we'll be done. But the new ball, I think, will be key. Captain Zubair Hamza might go with spin on both ends for now, just to get through some cheap overs, let's say that. And hopefully one or two of those could be a breakthrough. Kyle Simmons is changing ends. It's the first time he's bowling from the Weinberg end today, and we might see Bashir Walters loosening up, so he might be coming on from the Calvin Grove end on the other end. But it's going to be key. Kyle needs to, for his team, he needs to get wickets quickly here. We saw Yves Kamanzi getting his maiden first class wicket, that of Dean Elgar. Not a bad first wicket for the young man. Very happy for him there, and hopefully it's the first of many wickets for him in Western Province colours. The energy has been impressive throughout. I thought, even though they're under the pump a bit, but the energy has been impressive.
Youthful exuberance, Western Province side, which is good to see, and comes into McWenner blocks it out on the offside. There's no run. Good start. So the new session from Simmons, right on the money.
That's going to be key for them. That this end needs to be tighter. That's been the problem. There were too many loose deliveries in the first session of play today. That one's given a bit of air by Simmons, and that's fielded by Daniel Smith at short cover.
Yeah, talking about looseness, that was a loosener. Rather fortunate not to go for runs. Simmons comes in once more. This one down to the leg side, worked to the short fine leg. There's no run.
The session's going to test Grant McWenner, even though he is on 114 not out. He's batted for both sessions already, so this is going to be a test of his mental ability, his fitness ability, and that's too short and loose from Kyle Simmons.
There's a man on the point boundary, so they managed to go through for a quick single. Yeah, they always say, no matter what score you're on, after every session you've got to start fresh. You've got to give yourself at least a couple of overs to see if the pitch is playing any differently. So yeah, he might be on 100, but he's still got to get himself in once more, if you like.
Captain Neil Brunt on strike.
Comes in and forward defence, scored it on the leg side. They go through for a quick single. There was a little bit of hesitation, but they managed to get there fairly comfortably in the end. They single there for Brunt.
Interestingly enough, Kyle Simmons played for the Titans last season in the 4-day series final, the one that they lost against the Dolphins. So he will know all about these batsmen. Some good fielding in the short cover there. I think that's Aviu Mgajima.
Solid piece of fielding. Nice to driven there from McWenner, but good piece of fielding. That's the end of that over. Just 2 runs off it. And 246 for 1, the Titans.
Looks like Bashir Walters has taken off his cap and his jersey, so he'll be running in from the Kelvin Grove end. The responsibility really has been on Bashir Walters today, hasn't it?
It has, without the experience of Wayne Parnell or Mandre Berger. A lot of the situation and the pressure has fallen on Bashir Walters, and I do think he's gone better than his figures suggest. As a whole, he's got 13 overs, done 9 for 56. Especially early on, he could have had a wicket or two early on in the day, but it hasn't quite worked out for him. As he comes into Brunt's forward defence to short cover, and there's no run. One thing about Bashir, you know, he's always going to come in and give his best. He's a 100% cricketer.
He's a good team man.
He's a good, that's the word.
Whether it's practice in the nets or whether it's on a match day, even when he was 12th man for the match in Paul, he's a good team man. He's chirping from the sidelines. He's involved. He's bringing on the drinks. There's always energy, and that's, you can't buy that kind of personality. You need those kind of personalities. Guys like Dane Pitt in the past year at Western Province and at the Cobras, he brought that energy to the side. He was a good team man. Whenever the team was going through a tough session in the dirt, he would be there. A bit of lightheartedness to lighten the mood a little bit. And you need those players in your side. And if they're adding value on and off the field, that is the all-round cricketer really. And Bashir Walters is definitely that. And that's when we recruited players in the new domestic scene, that's the kind of skills that you're looking for when you bring in that kind of experience.
And when you lost Rory and Dane, you needed an experienced guy to go in with the youthful youngsters. So it was certainly, from that perspective, a good signing.
Absolutely. I think, Yazin Vali, he was a Western Province player many years ago, played in eras where there weren't too many opportunities, and had to leave Western Province to get more opportunities, played regularly for the Warriors, became a more experienced player, became a better player because he was playing more regularly. And then now he's back, and that experience is going to be key. We saw it in the last game where he scored a half century. So he brings a lot of experience to the batting order. Obviously, him and Bashir Walters they've played together a number of years up at the Warriors. That's a decent bowling. It's a quick single. No alarms there. Looks like there might have been a bit of problem with the single, but no alarms. They go through for a quick single. The Titans move on to 247, and Brunt moves on to 9. We welcome Western Province bowler Tsepo Moreki to the commentary box. Welcome, Tsepo.
It's good to be back. Thanks, David. I wish I was back under brighter circumstances, but here we are.
As a fast bowler, are you? What's the pitch doing here? Is there anything in here for the fast bowlers?
Yeah, I think that's, if we're honest with ourselves, a little bit of the disappointing part. We've probably missed an opportunity. There's a bit in the wicket still. Having chosen to bowl first, would have liked to have made some more inroads. And yeah, just there's a bit still in the wicket, but obviously not as much as there was this morning. And I think now the only positive thing is in 14 overs is another new ball, and hopefully we can make some inroads with that one and try and get into this middle order.
What will a guy like Kyle Simmons be thinking here? Is it just get through to the new ball, or will he be looking to attack the Titans batsman here?
I think to the new batter, whom he knows quite well, he's going to try to be a little bit more attacking, probably more positive in the line that he bowls, and try to create pressure that way. There obviously isn't a lot of spin on offer, and yeah, he's going to have to definitely look to try and find a way to keep Neil Brunt on strike as much as he can, and try and create a bit of theatre with the short leg or whatever the case is, and the guys around the bat, and yeah, try and find a way to manufacture an opportunity for us to get a wicket here.
We've seen that they've kept the slip in play for most of the day, but we haven't seen too many carry through. The ones that have found the edge haven't really carried through.
Yeah, it's that sort of wicket. Tim and I were speaking earlier about just the lack of pace. So whatever it's doing, it's not doing quickly at the moment, whether that be the spin, which there isn't a lot of, and the seam. So it's more, I think, more in ceremony than anything else that we've kept the slip in. But yeah, I think you want to keep that slip in case of emergency.
Certainly continued in his economical fashion post TT so far. He's the one bowler in the Western Province lineup that's kept things tight, if not necessarily wicket taking. He's kept things tight.
And on day one, I think that'll be his job. That's what the captain will want under any circumstances, is your front line spinner to be keeping up, holding up an end rather. And trying to create pressure through dot balls, through maidens over and over again. And unfortunately for Simmons in both homes though, not a lot's come from the other end in terms of control and accuracy, but there's an opportunity now at the beginning of the session to change that and to try and arrest some sort of advantage from this third of session.
Yeah, there is just 13 overs till the new ball. It does seem to be, with one spin on the one in the overs come quite quickly, but that's the one thing that the team Western Province haven't been able to do this game, is get restricting the batsmen on both ends.
Dude, there's always been that 4-ball that's come from the other end. 3 or 4 good balls in a row, and then the 4-ball comes along. And what the Titans done so well in this innings so far is they put the 4-ball away and made sure that the 4-ball was punished.
I think that's an important point as well. It's all fair and good getting the ball to put away, but you've got to put it away, and that's what creates pressure on the bowling attack. Is the ability for the batter to make sure that whenever something that you can score off is offered from the bowling team, you put it away, and you tick along that way.
Seppo, tell us a bit about Neil Brunt himself. He's very similar in terms of Simo, in terms of the opportunities. He's come through Northerns. He's now captaining this Titan side, which I think, with guys like Dean Elgar on the side, it's nice to see that he's given the opportunity as a captain. But what is he like as a cricketer? Where's his strengths? Because he's also an all-rounder like Kyle, as we watch. Yeah,
Neil's a very good batter. Bowls his left arm spin, like you said as well. He's an extremely patient guy. He's going to look to sort of soak up the pressure initially. Look to find some sort of a rhythm batting wise, and then sort of try and get on top of the attack as the innings progresses. I think, like most players, I think vulnerable up front, especially from, I'm sure they would have spoken about it, this sort of angle from around the wicket especially, and he'll be watchful. He'll know what the plan is against him, and he'll be trying to keep Bash out as much as he can, and obviously Walters will be trying to attack those stumps from around the wicket, and hopefully one can sort of hold up and maybe grab an inch through to Calverang around the stumps or one of the slippers.
So far so good for Bosher Walters, keeping a nice line and length, keeping Brunt honest.
Seppo, what at tea? What would the coach normally have call a bit of a team meeting under this, or does the coach traditionally leave it up to the captain or let the guys have their coffee and their muffins?
Under Snakes, it's quite a relaxed environment. I think he'll sort of let the players discuss amongst themselves what what's just gone on and how we look to rectify the current situation. And he'll let the captain, along with the vice captain, Carl Verena, discuss what sort of plans they'll come up with next and how they can look to initially bring down the rate and then hopefully create some opportunities to take some sticks.
I think what the Titans have done well throughout the day is they've maintained that run rate near that four runs per over, and in 4-day cricket that's a pretty good rate to be going at, and that causes a lot of pressure, puts a lot of pressure on the bowlers.
Yeah, it becomes difficult for the captain's set of field to be honest, because they're motoring away and that brings that declaration sort of target, whatever they have in mind, it brings that closer. It creates time in the game for them as well, and it does really put the bowling team under a little bit of pressure. And again, like I said earlier, if there's been anything on offer, either over pitched or short, they've pounced all over it, and that's kept them going at a pretty decent clip.
It really is the perfect scenario for the Titans because the next two batsmen, Jan Kliti and Sibonela Makanya, are both very attacking batsmen.
Yeah.
So if the score is in as it is now, they're in a very strong position now where they can, as you say, they can buy time in the match.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you talk about moving the game forward. They've done that so far in these two sessions we've seen, and that's, as a captain, and Brunt is out there at the moment, that's exactly what you want. To create an opportunity to try and only bat once, and to try and keep them in the field in the first innings as long as possible, and then look to use that attack to get those 20 wickets in as much time as you can get in the game left as possible.
Interesting is that the next two batters for the Titans, although they're good stroke makers, they like the ball coming onto the bat. Mm-hmm. And on this pitch, it isn't really doing that. So playing devil's advocate, it could work in Province's hands if they get a couple of wickets and just get those guys coming in. Somebody like Kluter sometimes likes to force the issue, which is not something you want to do on this pitch.
Quick single there.
Yeah, that would be the ideal scenario for the fielding captain. But I think it all comes down to trying to break this partnership initially, and then trying to, when the new batter comes in, to squeeze as much as he can. And he's going to need his bowlers to bowl Basimo. He's going to need his bowlers to that first 20 balls, as we always speak about in the change room and in trying to prepare for any game. Are the most crucial 20 balls in any batter's innings. That's when they're most vulnerable, and he's going to look to, if we can, take a wicket.
Oh, there's an attacking stroke from the old Brunt. That's a great stroke.
Shot. Cleared the bowler, lovely, straight down the ground.
Releases the pressure a little bit. And we're bowling a couple of tight overs there, but that just released the pressure for the Titans a little bit. Well played by the captain, some positive play.
Until that delivery, they've scored 2 runs of 16 balls. So they were actually keeping things tight until that boundary delivery. And that brings 250 up for the Titans, 253 for 1.
A new ball can't come soon enough for 6 Gangrel Western Province. Bashir Walters slogging away from the Kelvin Grove end now again. The ever experienced Bashir Walters just delaying things just a couple of seconds. He knows his game.
Comes into McQuarrie. This one cuts, doesn't time it at all, and cover fieldsman fields it. It's no run.
The ball's not coming onto the bat with too much pace. Bashir Walters is normally up towards the 135 kilometers an hour, and that didn't seem to get to Grant McQuarrie, even though it seems like the kind of pitch that even if you're on 116, you're not really that comfortable.
And I think as well, it's going to come down to plans as well here for Bashir Walters, and just judging by the field, It tells you that he's probably targeting to quite straight and looking to create pressure that way.
Oh, there's an inside edge. He's got the inside edge from Grant McQuena, almost going onto the stumps. Some good bowling there from Bashir Walters.
And that's probably where Bash will want to live in terms of line and length. In that area, they're running the ball back into Grant McQuena, in and around that off stump. That's where you call the business area, especially from that end where the ball doesn't bounce as much as it does from the Weinberg end. You want to be in and around that fourth stump, running the ball back into the right-hander. It brings in all the dismissals into play, and that's where most of the stuff happens.
Bashir comes into Brunt behind the wicket. Brunt solidly behind it. It's perfectly on the offside, no run.
Once again, good energy out in the field. That was Daniel Smith out in the field. Took a good catch to remove Dean Elgar earlier on off the bowling of Yves Kamanzi, who got his maiden first-class wicket, which is great to see. And I think that's the energy has continued throughout the day. So the score doesn't reflect the energy out in the field. Often you see scores and the heads drop, the morale drops, and it's good to see from the Western Province boys.
This one is driven to the mid-on fieldsman. Once again, Brunt isn't able to time it as much as he would like to, and there's no run.
I think that's, we look at guys like Vernon Philander throughout his career. What Vernon Philander did on the one side allowed the likes of Dale Steyn, Morne Morkel and the likes to take wickets from the other end, and that was the art of bowling in partnerships. And that's something that the Western Province guys will need to try and do.
Definitely. I think in the last, I'd say 5 or 6 overs, they've bowled quite nicely. To be fair, they've managed to get the rate down from, I think it was around 4s at the beginning of the session, and it's come down now to almost 3.5s, and that's the order of the day. Keep trying to get that rate down, try to create pressure through dot balls, and as many dot balls as you can bowl is as much pressure as you can create. So there's not a lot to be done other than this at the moment, and it seems old-fashioned and boring, but that's just the name of the game.
Might we see someone like the captain taking the ball himself with a little potential golden arm before the new ball just to try something, or is that...
That is outside of the realms of possibility. I think he's retired those leg spinners. We don't even see them at training anymore. So I think that is things would have to be bad for that to happen. So I think we'd be more likely to see Daniel Smith's leg spinners before Zimmer Hamza's.
Gavin Kaplan was bowling in the nets the other day as well. Also can very Stian van Zyl-like, medium paces, possibly future golden arm.
I'm actually kind of surprised that he hasn't been given the ball yet, to be fair. He's quite an accurate seamer, medium pace, very medium pace, but extremely metronomic, and quite an accurate bowler who I don't think would be on a very English style wicket. I think it would suit him quite a bit.
Simmons comes in, this one inside edge down towards the fine leg, and managed to go through for a quick 2 there. Does McQuena. Not quite timing it as well as he was before the tea break. Not quite got himself in just yet, McQuena. Province were hoping that another false shot leads to a wicket.
Tsepo as a fast bowler with the score on 254 for 1, is this where you try and not get the attention of your captain, or are you quite happy to relax down at fine leg and
soak in some rays?
Yeah. Or that's a quicker delivery from Kyle.
Yeah, I think it's often in these situations when as a bowler you go to your captain, I hope he's forgotten my name. But no, personally, I enjoy bowling. So yeah, I would, under most circumstances, always be asking for the ball.
I think Kyle's done. That's a bit of a. It's well done. He sat on the back foot there, and Grant McQuena's got his first boundary of the session.
Yeah, a little bit too much width there from Simmons. but McCoy is bouncing around a lot in between deliveries, which is also an indication that he's not quite comfortable at the moment, finding things not necessarily all that easy.
And this is where we spoke about earlier about the mental toughness and the physical ability. When a guy hasn't necessarily batted this long in a while, and Kyle Simmons is bowling, he's mixing it up nicely here, and that you could catch him with one very easily. And it is the kind of pitch that, unfortunately, if you even on 123, you're not really in. You don't really feel 100% comfortable. And Kyle Simmons is a very clever bowler. It's a decent over from Simmons.
Yeah, went for 6, but as you say, McCoy wasn't comfortable at that over by any stretch.
I think McQueen started off, his strike rate was over 60 when he was first getting going. Too many loose deliveries, but his strike rate's now just under 50%, which is it's still pretty standard for 4-day cricket. But he did get off to a very brisk start earlier today.
It's also not his normal approach, as we were talking with Wayne earlier. He likes to take the attack to the bowlers in normal circumstances, and this has been quite a good knock from him, showing that all his skills.
Eve Kamanzi coming back into the attack from the Kelvin Grove end. He'll be buoyed by that first wicket. I mean, not a bad first wicket. Morex, can you remember who your first class wicket was? If you can think back, I mean, you're almost 30 now. You've been in the game for long enough. Do you remember that first wicket and how it felt?
I don't even remember who we played my first game, if I'm honest. It feels like such a long time ago now.
Well, for Eves, I mean, the South African Test captain at Newlands is not the bad first wicket to get.
No, that's one you'll remember, I think, for quite some time, and you should enjoy it. It's a fantastic first wicket to get.
This one is driven by Brunt on the offside. Good diving stop on the offside by the fieldsman, and they go through for a quick single. 261.
They have run fairly well today. They haven't really been in danger. They've, when the boundary ball wasn't available, they have been good in rotating the strike as well, and that's important.
Yeah, they've gone about this innings in an extremely professional fashion. Swung a bit fuller by Kamadzi and driven nicely by McQuena. No run.
The Titans do enjoy playing at Newlands. Let's say that. That's too short from Kamadzi.
Too wide and cut away from McQuena. McQuena will enjoy that. Not enjoyed the session so far, but he'll enjoy that. Easy pickings for him. So he moves on to 127.
And I think with just knowing the way the captain Hams is thinking, I think he'll be happy to go with the 2 left-arm spinners in tandem for the next 8 overs left after this, to see him through to the new ball, probably rest up the seams a little bit so they can be nice and fresh to have a good go at the 2 batters in for when that new ball gets there.
Grant McQueen's highest first class score is 154 not out, so he's 27 runs away from that, and it might still happen today. He'll be in the ice bath later on, nursing those legs if he's still unbeaten overnight. But it has been an impressive innings from McQueen.
It certainly has.
Yeah, he's been excellent today.
This one was held back nicely by the bowler, just held it back just a fraction, and McQueen had to think twice about that. Half forward, half back, not quite sure what to do. But managed to get enough bat on it, and there's no run.
With the new ball due in 8 overs, sometimes if the ball's doing a bit for the spinners, then you're held back a bit. But in this case, there's no doubt that they're going to take the new ball.
Yeah, of that there is no doubt, I think.
Even though they've restricted the runs a little bit, it's still 3.7 and over. So
We haven't seen Kieran Kenny yet this post-T session, so we have seen both, and we haven't seen Mpongwana either this session. So it's possible that they're holding those two back. They're obviously resting Bash now for probably one more spell this evening for the big man. Can't get comfortable just yet.
Yeah, his day's far from over. I do think it's extremely crucial as well. These next, I think, 7.5 overs, pressure created, and that just adds to the effectiveness of the new ball when it does eventually get taken.
Just to let the viewers and the listeners know that at 4 o'clock we will be having load shedding. And we do have a generator which will hopefully kick in, so we do apologize if the feed cuts for a couple of minutes, but we will hopefully be able to restore it. But we will be going off at 4 o'clock. Thank you, Eskom. This broadcast is not sponsored by Eskom.
Simmons comes in once more to Brunt. Brunt gets back and across, cuts it on the offside, and that goes all the way to the boundary. Wasn't a particularly bad ball, but because of the slowness of the pitch, it was very easily played by Brunt.
Yeah, it was an excellent shot to the long boundary. It's a long boundary there, but played beautifully. The sound of the bat there was just beautiful. Well played from the captain.
He moves on to 21.
I've just been told as well, reliably, that my first-class wicket was Lutando Myanda against SWD, and it was bowled.
It was bold, okay.
Yes.
Obviously an emotional moment that you remembered for years to come. Maybe not as high profiles as Dean Alba, but a wicket, maiden first class wicket is a maiden first class wicket.
I know Lutando quite well. He's a very good man, and someone I could call a friend, and I'm glad it was him.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what you're going to get that's what you get regularly with this kind of new system now, is that guys have moved franchises, they've moved unions, they're playing against their mates, but ultimately when you're on the field, it's every man for himself.
Yeah, and I think it's if you can imagine, more competitive when it's somebody you know, because if there's an existing relationship there, you want to make sure you have bragging rights the next time you're around each other, away from the cricket field.
Eve
Kamanzi comes into corner. This one swept, misses. Difficult for us to tell. It was a loud appeal by the bowler. Looked like it possibly was probably going down leg. Difficult for us to tell from this angle.
Yeah, we saw a similar one earlier on from Kyle Simmons, also on the sweep, and usually when the guy's sweeping, it's either pitching outside leg or it's missing leg stump. In both cases, a little more of a hopeful appeal than an actual genuine appeal, because normally if it's with this 6-gun Royal Western Province side, if Kyle Varane gets animated behind the stumps, it's usually quite genuine.
Corner takes a quick single, moves on to 128. Still 6.5 overs before we get that new ball. Can't come soon enough for Western Province. This one driven beautifully by Neil Brunt. A little bit too much width there from Kamadze. Brunt leant into it beautifully, covered it nicely, and went for 4.
Seppo, give us some insight into what happens in the change room with the coaches and stuff when you're in a position as the Titans are in right now. Bonus points come into play, batting bonus points. Obviously, the first 100 overs in the first innings, you get your bonus points. In a position like this, will there be a message sent out to the batsman to say, let's cash in? At a certain point, let's cash in.
I think so. I think especially if there are a few draws to start off this competition, and so with not a lot of winning points on the board for a lot of teams, I think you then take these opportunities when you're in a position like the Titans are in, and you have the ascendancy in a game. I think it's imperative, and it would be responsible probably as a coach if you were to encourage the guys to try and collect as many points as they can between now and that 100th over. And the two guys out there at the moment are both quite attacking players, and they'll be, Neil being the captain out there, he'll be well aware of what the conversations are in the change room, and they'll obviously try and give him the opportunity to feel like he's in, and then they'll try and put the pedal down.
It buys time in the game. That's run rates buy time in the game, and if they're going at a very healthy run rate throughout the day, it's sitting at 3.7 to the over at the moment, and they maintain that throughout the whole day. And in all likelihood, there's how many overs left for the day? There's 30 overs, and let's say it's another 100 runs. They're in a very healthy position on 370 odd after day one. As a coach, you'd be pretty damn happy with that from your batsmen, especially being put in.
Extremely, you wouldn't believe your luck. And so I think for them, it's crucial to not take this position for granted. Dean Elgar and Quinn have done a hell of a job up front, and so whoever comes in from now needs to respect the work that they've put in trying to get the team to this position.
Mika Juma is the new bowler. Last driven first delivery by McQuarrie, it's straight to cover. No run.
It's reaching 4 o'clock, and that usual anxious wait to see whether the load shedding kicks in or not. I think for the Western Province players, they might want to have load shedding on the field for the next 2.5 hours, and we call the day one. But unfortunately for that, we don't need a generator for the play, and they need to continue to toil for the remainder of the day. Abiu Gajima getting through this over relatively quickly. With the new rules in place in the 104 overs, the bowlers are under pressure by the umpires to get through the overs quite quickly. How the players... Oh, that's an attacking shot there from Grant McQuarrie, and it goes for a 4.
Yeah, I've been waiting for Grant to doing that. The spinners have tried to tempt him to play that shot for a good while. He hasn't been tempted until now. So he knows there was a very little risk in that shot. Just had to get over mid-on, and he was safe.
I do think though, if Western Province do pick up a wicket now with the new ball just a few overs away, it allows the fresh fast bowlers to come in and take the new nut against the new batsman, and that can it can turn into a couple of wickets, and then it changes the picture a little bit.
It does, and I think in all formats of cricket, the best way to sort of stop the bleeding, as it were, or to stop a team from scoring is to take wickets.
Sorry to disturb you. That's a 50-run partnership between Neil Brunt and Grant McQuarrie.
Yeah, and so if there's an opportunity to take some wickets with the new ball, and they do, that'll sort of change the complexion of the game a little bit, and they'll have something to bring with them tomorrow for day 2. But yeah, it looks a long way away at the moment. But I suppose as the fielding team, all you can do is hope.
That's the wonderful thing about cricket. Things can always change. Things can always change.
We're going to welcome back James now.